Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Vance AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Vance AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Vance AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Vance AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Vance AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.
Justice will be served and the battle will rage. How we doing, Georgia?
Gotcha. Sorry, guys. I don't know why, but StreamYard be muting my mic when I play the ad. But all right, though. So pretty much we're going to get into JD Vance. We're going to get into the weeds of JD Vance, of where he comes from and all this good stuff, because he's making a run for presidential candidate of 2028. So he's definitely already trying to set his ground. He's coming out rallies, one-on-one interviews. He's trying to be diplomatic between Elon Musk and Trump. So yeah, let's get into Elon. My bad. But let's get into JD Vance and let's see if he's going to be that good candidate that we can rely on in 2028.
Thank you. Please, it's great to be in Peachtree City, and I gotta say, you guys have got a hell of a congressman. How much do we love Brian Jack here in the 3rd District of Georgia? Thank you, Brian. Now, we got a few other people I want to thank, of course, the great EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Lee, thank you so much. And proud Atlanta native Kelly Loeffler, thank you for all you're doing at the Small Business Administration.
Oh, and mic check, guys. Chat, let me know.
All right, you guys are lucky to have a great Trump-endorsed Lieutenant Governor Bert. Bert, good to see you, man. How we doing? Bert greeted me on the tarmac today. He had been on the tarmac, I think, for a few minutes because he was sweating bullets. And that hot Atlanta sun, I felt bad for him. But Bert, thank you. You're going to make a great governor for the state of Georgia. And we're with you every step of the way. Now, I understand we got a little preview. This is my idea. Little preview of the Senate race here in the great state of Georgia. How'd they do, ladies and gentlemen? Do good? Well, let me thank Coach Derek Dooley. Derek, thank you for being here. Let me thank Representative Buddy Carter. Buddy, thank you. Good to see you, man. And, of course, the great Mike Collins. Mike, thank you for everything that you do. It's good to see you, man. Now, here's the thing. We're at a great American facility. I want to thank these great workers behind me. I feel bad for these guys because they got to stand up the whole time I'm talking. You guys get to take a seat, and boys, strap in because we're going to be up here for about 3 hours. You give a politician a microphone, and it's always tough. Boys and girls. We've got a few ladies back there, too. But here's the thing. This facility, this manufacturing plant represents what makes America great because the products that you build, the jobs created here, the ingenuity and the technology and the development and all the things that actually make America run are built right here at this incredible facility. So thank you to Alta, thank you to the workers, and thanks to the people who make this facility run. Now, I heard something before I went on because there's this big refrigerator right behind me, right? And somebody told me it was 13 tons. Is that right? That's a big refrigerator. Now, am I also right that a lot of the products that you guys make go into Chick-fil-A? Is that right? Okay, I know it's a great Atlanta company, but as a customer, a frequent customer at Chick-fil-A, I
don't know, man. I can't trust Chick-fil-A no more. They done switched up. I mean, they no longer have that organic chicken. They done switched up the chicken now. It's that pasty chicken that is going to get you sick, guys. So, hey, man, they used to be the chicken place that you can trust, but no longer. Especially go get your own chicken. But shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He said I sent you a vid request to your Discord DM. All right, appreciate the support. Shout out my man Vlad for starting us off as well. Shout out Vlad.
Got a personal connection because you guys make a great American company run, and that's what I love about this country. When you guys make a great product, it enables more great products to be made. That creates more jobs for our people. That creates more American innovation, and it creates more prosperity for the American worker. And I'm here, of course, as a representative of the President of the United States that has done more for the prosperity of the American worker than any president in a generation. So can we give it up for President Donald J. Trump? Because I know he's watching. And I know what the president ran on, and what the president cares about is building things right here in the United States of America. It's another reason why I'm proud to be at Alta today. Because for a generation in this country, we had American presidents and American political leaders. And let's be honest, folks, it wasn't just Democrats. It was Democrats and Republicans who would ship our jobs overseas, close our factory doors, and do not a damn thing for the American worker. So how nice is it in Washington, D.C. to have a government that is going to protect your jobs, that's going to fight for this facility and say, very simply, if you're building it here, if you're making it here, if you're producing it here, we are going to give you, and already have given you, a big fat tax cut. That's a good thing.
That's true.
But if you make it overseas, if you try to do something with a foreign worker as opposed to an American worker.
I mean, the Dems don't like to admit that taxes were cut on both sides. I mean, taxes were cut for the rich, middle class, and the poor. On all classes, taxes were cut. So when they want to sit there and go, oh, tax cuts for the rich, well, guess what? Tax core for the middle class as well. And guess what? They're also taking less taxes by no tax on overtime to like what? 12,500 for if you're a single person.
If you try to ship our great American jobs and great American factories overseas, then you are going to pay a big fat tariff before you bring that crap back into the United States of America. And that's what President Trump's economic policies are all about, my friends. It's the carrot and the stick. We want to make it easier to build in America. We want to make it harder to build overseas. We want to make it easier to rely on our great American workers because we got a lot of them. American businesses ought to employ American workers. And we want to make it harder to employ foreigners to take those jobs from the Americans who deserve them. And most importantly, if you're working hard every single day right here in the United States, or if you're building a business right here in the United States, you ought to have a tax code that rewards you instead of punishes you. And that's what happened when we passed the working families tax cut just a couple of months ago. And of course, Brian Jack was a critical part of that. So you should be proud of your congressman. Now, what does this law mean for you? What this law means for you is that your take-home pay is going to go up over $10,000 over the next few years. What that means is that if you're working an hour of overtime, the federal government is going to keep its money the hell out of your pocket. Because if you're working hard, the government ought to leave you alone. Ain't that the truth? To every single moms out there.
It'd be nice if the government could take no taxes, but I mean, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips is a start. And they just got around to no tax on Social Security and raised the standard deduction on Social Security. So we're off to a pretty good start.
Any single dads, any people who work hard every single day. I had a single mom, and for a time, my mom worked at a restaurant. She waited tables, like a lot of folks out there. And you know what we did in this new law? We said that if you're working hard and you're making your income via tips, we are not going to tax tips anymore because we want to give everybody out there that's working hard for those tips a little bit of relief. And that's what the working families tax cut did. No matter where you are in this country, if you're working hard and play by the rules, you ought to have a government that stands up for you instead of fights against you. That's why we increased the child tax credit in the working families tax cut. That's why we eliminated taxes on overtime and on tips. And that's why we had the biggest tax cut for families that this country has ever seen, because we believe that you ought to keep more of your hard-earned money. And we believe that if you're busting your rear end every single day, the government ought to make it easier for you and not harder for you. And that's why we fought for that legislation.
I mean, that is true. You cut taxes on the middle class and yeah, people get more, well, people's income home payment goes up or people's take home pay goes up. Now, for when you cut taxes on the rich, it's easy for them to reinvest, build more factories, offices, and put more jobs out there into the job market.
Now, I am just a vice president. I'm just a lowly politician, but I'm going to try my hand at prophecy today, ladies and gentlemen, because I see the future of the state of Georgia. And in about a year, you are not going to be able to turn on the television without Senator John Ossoff pretending that he supported the working families tax cut when in reality, he voted against it. And I saw a TV clip of him today. You know why he said he voted against no taxes on overtimes? You know why he said he voted against no taxes on tips? You know why he said that he voted to raise your taxes by the biggest amount in a generation in this country? Because he's allegedly worried about people getting kicked off their health care. Well, you know what? The President of the United States made a promise, a sacred promise, that the only people who are going to lose access to health care are illegal aliens who shouldn't be in this country to begin with.
Let's just stay out. I mean, let's be real. The messaging that the Dems give us is not that people are going to get kicked off the health care, is that people are going to die because they're not on health care. And that we're going to have millions of deaths, hundreds of thousands, to be quite honest, that have people that are going to die because of the health care requirements and changes. And cut.
Because I happen to believe that Medicaid belongs to American workers and American families. I happen to believe that when you are struggling in this country, we're generous people and we want to help you. But we want to help the people who have the legal right to be in the United States of America. So it's not about kicking people off of health care. It's about kicking illegal aliens the hell out of this country so that we can preserve health care for the American families who need it. And that's what the Democrats never talk about. That's what they.
I mean, they also never want to talk about how we do overspend on healthcare, even though the Dems don't believe in overspending in healthcare. Trust me, it's the reality that we live with. We overspend in healthcare.
Never tell you. They'll say, well, Republicans want to do this to healthcare. They want to do that. They want to do all these terrible things. When in reality, if you look at what the Democrats have done, what they've tried to do is to allow millions and millions of illegal aliens into this country, to give them benefits that ought go by right to American citizens, and then to attack Republicans when we dare to stand up for the American citizens who have the right to be here. So when you watch those TV commercials in a year, and John Ossoff, I tell you, he's going to pretend to be a reasonable moderate. He's actually going to run TV advertisements, I promise you, because I ran against a guy like this in the state of Ohio, where he says that he supported President Trump's agenda. But in reality, while John Ossoff pretends to be a moderate when he comes to Atlanta, he is a far left liberal in Washington, D.C., and that's the only place that it actually counts if you're a United States senator. So why don't we ask John Ossoff, why did you vote to raise taxes? Why did you vote to keep illegal aliens on Medicaid? Why did you vote to bankrupt Medicare? Why did you vote to make sure that people who work overtime and earn their income from tips pay as much to the federal government as possible? And the simple answer is because John Ossoff, whatever he pretends to be in his television commercials, he doesn't give a damn about the 3rd District, and he doesn't give a damn about the people of Georgia, but we do, and we're going to fight for you every single day.
You know what? I do be hearing the arguments of, well, if we don't take out those taxes on tips and overtime, how are we going to fund our social programs that, well, the freeloaders or the lazy like to feed off of? And that's the problem. I don't think the Dems realize that. Well, the American people are kind of tired of feeding on, well, kind of tired of letting people feed off them, tired of being a taxpayer who are letting, well, the lazy or the unambitious, and instead of the unfortunate, take their taxpayer dollars and do BS with it. I'm being quite honest with you. Like, yes, we're all for the giving it for the unfortunate, the elderly to get care, the unfortunate or the low income to get food services. But then we just got a lot of lazy people and then also illegals on there that just is not supposed to be on there at all. And let's be real, it kind of like takes away services from American people who may need it. But for some reason, I don't know why, but Dems did not care about that for the last 4 years.
Let me just leave you, my friends, with a final thought. I want to thank you all for being out here. And again, thank the folks behind me, the great workers of this facility. And I'll take a few questions. Should I take a few questions from the media? Okay, I'll do that. So we'll take a few questions from our great reporters, hopefully some local reporters back there, but I'm sure some national fake news as well. But, you know, I went to Union Station in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Anybody here ever been to Union Station? Okay. It's a beautiful, beautiful building, really a monument to American greatness. I was walking around, I was looking up at it, these beautiful high ceilings. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. And I remember that 2 years ago, when I took my kids to Washington, D.C.'s Union Station, I actually had a crazy person screaming at my 3-year-old kid because for some reason, and I never understood this, American leaders decided it was compassionate to allow people to fester on the streets, yelling at our young families instead of giving them the medical care that they need and getting them off the streets.
No, I remember when they said it's compassionate to give these guys a place to get clean needles. That was hilarious. I was like, yo, y'all are crazy.
Which, by the way, makes it easier for us to all enjoy these great public spaces in our country. And I haven't been to Atlanta in a little while, at least now with the Secret Service detail. I haven't walked around Atlanta in a little while. But I bet that as great as Atlanta is and as beautiful of an American city as it is, there are places in Atlanta where you wouldn't take your family today. Is that correct? Just like in Washington, D.C., the national capital of the greatest nation in the history of the world, there are no-go zones where you would not take a young family or you would not take young children. And that's true, I'm sure, all across the state of Georgia, all across our country, because our leaders decided that they would make our streets safe for criminals instead of save for the people who pay our taxes and keep our communities going. And I think that of all the things that I'm most proud of the president, the thing that I'm most proud about is that he finally put the government to work for the people who actually make this country function and run in the first place. We're cutting taxes for American taxpayers. We're securing the border. We've got 99% reduction in illegal border crossings in this country because we got a president who empowered Border Patrol to keep us safe. And we got a president who's standing with law enforcement to make it easier to clean up our streets, to make them safe for our young families. If you're a person, I don't care what your political party is, but if you're a family and you want to take your kid to a nice meal in downtown Atlanta, it's about a 40-minute drive. Take your kid to a nice meal in downtown Atlanta, you ought to be able to without being harassed by a criminal. We got to take America's streets back for the American people.
Okay, now downtown Atlanta, now he got a good point. Downtown Atlanta is reckless, but it's a very high net worth area. But there's a lot of crime because there's a lot of rich people, and it's a party area. These rich people get drunk, go to their car, vulnerable moments. Somebody come up and rob them. I mean, it happens a lot in downtown Atlanta because everybody there just, I mean, if you live in there, you definitely got money. And if you're going around there, out there in the nightlife, you got money. So these are targets that are just always available in downtown Atlanta.
And that's what the president of the United States is doing every single day.
I know a little something about Atlanta.
And as a person who grew up in a family where we often struggled with money, you know, it is never the rich people that lack public safety in this country. When we go to war against our cops, when we flood the border with illegal immigration, when we close down great American factories, it is the people the Bible calls the least of us that struggle the most and hurt the most. So I'm proud to be here as your vice president. I'm proud to be here as a representative.
Oh, guys, we got 500 plus y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
President Trump. Thank you. But I'm most proud that we have an administration that is making it easier, whether you're rich or poor, to walk down the street with a semblance of public safety. I'm most proud that we're fighting for the jobs of the people behind me and the jobs of every single working person in this country, and we're fighting to make sure that you pay low taxes instead of a bunch of garbage to the federal government. I'm proud that we serve an administration that cares more about American citizens and our public safety than giving Medicaid and Medicare to illegal aliens, which is what John Ossoff wants to do. In other words, I am proud that the kind of family that made me who I am finally has a representative and a fighter in Washington, D.C. I promise you, we'll keep on fighting for you every step of the way. God bless you, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
The Trump tax.
A few local media questions first, and then we can get to the national folks.
Let's get it.
Simplify, sir. God bless you. I think we have a microphone back there. If we could pass around. Sir, go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, I'm Richard Elliott with WSB TV here in Atlanta. You've heard the criticism from Democrats that making the Trump tax cuts permanent comes at a cost to Medicare, SNAP benefits, and other things like that. How would you answer some of those criticisms by the Democrats?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that question. Look, there are a couple of responses to that criticism. First of all, the only people that we say should not get free government health care benefits are illegal aliens and those who refuse to try to even look for a job. It's very common sense. We want,
yeah.
And look,
Here's the thing, it's not even about looking for a job. I mean, you could be volunteering somewhere, like, I don't know, like at your church, somewhere in the community, like out nursing home. Yes, and that'll be a way to keep your Medicaid as well. Just work 80 hours a month, 20 hours a week, volunteering or working, having a job. And I mean, having a job is better because then you're putting into the same system that you're taken out of.
We are going to bankrupt this country if we keep on giving the people's benefits, the people's Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security benefits to illegal aliens who have no legal right to be in this country and never paid into the system to begin with. That is never the design of those programs, is to give them to every person all over the world. They ought by right to belong to the American citizens who paid into those programs to begin with. And that's what we're fighting to make sure happens. And the second response I'd say to that is look, we did a lot in this legislation. Brian worked on it. The other representatives here worked very hard on this to make sure that a lot of our rural hospitals are struggling because of some of the policies of the Biden administration. So what we did is we put a lot of resources and a lot of changes in regulations to make it possible for our rural hospitals to stay open despite what the Biden administration did to them for 4 years. So our policy is very simple. Whether you're in a big city or a small town, we're going to fight for your access to health care. Whether you're an American.
Yeah, one of the biggest complaints about the $930 billion cut to Medicaid that's going to be carried out over the next 10 years was that, oh, what about the rural hospitals? And they solved that problem. They pretty much said, all right, well, we'll dedicate $25 billion to these rural hospitals. And now that pretty much gives our Medicaid spending to about $800 to $900 billion a year.
American citizen who's been here for 70 years or an American citizen who's been here for 2 years, we're going to fight for your access to a government that serves you. But if you're an illegal alien, you do not deserve government-paid health care benefits. You need to get out of our country, and that's as simple as that. Next question.
Mr. Vice President, Greg Bluestein with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thanks for being here. I have a follow-up to Richard's great question on those healthcare funding cuts. There are Georgia Republican leaders who are legitimately concerned that more than 100,000 people could be knocked off the Medicaid rolls, not just people who are here undocumented or illegally, but people who are working class, who are struggling to get their health care. What message do you have for state Republican leaders on what they should do to reconcile those issues?
Well, the first thing I'd say is the state Republican leaders and frankly, state Democratic leaders, if you're worried about American citizens losing access.
Okay, now shout out to my man Jay. Says the legislation established a $50 billion rural health transformation program, funding distributing $10 billion per year from 2026 to 2030. Here's okay, so yeah, you're right. So shout out to my man Maine. Yeah, it was $50 billion a year, $50 billion for a rural health transformation program, funding disbursing about $10 billion per year for rural hospitals.
To healthcare, the Trump administration always has an open door policy. And we worked with a number of our colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, at the federal legislature, but also at the state level to make it possible to ensure that American citizens have access to the medical benefits that they need. It's as simple as that. So you're always going to have an open door. Now, we understand that reforms are complicated. Sometimes this stuff takes time to work itself through the system. Many of the changes in the working families tax cuts to Medicare, or excuse me, to Medicaid, you're not going to see that stuff. It's not even, some of it doesn't even go to effect for 6 or 7 years, in part.
And to give you just a little bit more information, just in case you're really concerned about rural hospitals, I know a lot of my viewers live in those rural areas. Half of like the $25 billion is distributed equally among all states with approved applications, regardless of number of financial conditions of rural hospitals in each state. The remaining half, $25 billion, is allocated based on a formula that considers the state's rural population and the number of rural health facilities and hospitals servicing a high proportion of low-income patients. And that is how it will be dispersed among the rural hospitals. I mean, shout out those guys. And all right, shout out to my man Don Primo. He says Democrats have lost 2 million voters to Republicans who gained over 2 million new voters. Look it up. People no longer believe the Democratic lies, or the Democrat lies. And shout out to my man Don, because he's not lying. I also seen the same statistic. I think it was on CNN, like that statistician on CNN, that got to be kind of like, he works for CNN, but he makes the Dems look stupid and make them look bad. Yeah, I like that guy. But he's the one that gave out that statistic on, y'all lost 2 million voters. There's barely any trust in the Democratic Party. Only trust you guys got is the radicals. And here's the problem. A lot of the Democratic Party is kind of leaning towards the center now. Even the guys that was supporting the radicals are running towards the center.
Because we want to give enough time to work with people to make sure that American citizens do not lose access to those critical benefits. So if you look at the way we design the law, if you look at the way that those reforms are implemented, and if you look at all the other things that we're doing, we want to work with people to make sure that American citizens get what they're entitled to. What we do not want is people who have no legal right to be here, to benefit from the generosity of the American taxpayer, and to bankrupt those programs. So long as you're willing to work with us on those goals, we'll work with anybody, whether you got a D or an R next to your name, because we care about this country. We want to make sure it's secure and healthy.
Shout out to Paractuous. He says, as a progressive, all right, cool. He says, as a progressive, I actually like Vance. He grew up in a poor rural Appalachia and became a tech leader through education and training. I like him. I will be voting to advance with Vance in 2020. As a progressive, I am like low-key shocked. Like, wait, what? What? No, I agree with you, but what? Shout out, bro. Yeah, you kind of threw me off with that one. Shout out to my man Vladstein. He says Cracker Barrel removed the cracker and the barrel from the logo. Next thing, I bet they'll be coming out with vegan pot roast and vegan biscuits and gravy. Yeah, I did see how they took the white guy and the barrel. I was like, come on now. Y'all can keep that white guy in the barrel. I mean, look, if you was going to take the white guy in the barrel off, you can't even call it Cracker Barrel no more. How you going to take the logo away?
Next question. We had a couple hands back here, but okay, we got a school back there. Okay, well, let's get them a microphone.
My name is Virgil Garrett. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Of course, thank you.
I'm here with the Central Educational Center, CCS TV. The CEC is a college and career academy focused on training high school students to enter technical and trade industries. Can you tell us how the Big Beautiful Bill will impact us and our prospective jobs? And also, how is the administration focusing on schools like ours?
So tell me,
good question.
You say your name was Virgil? Virgil, tell me a little bit more about your school.
Central Educational Center, we have classes focusing on trade and other industries. We have audio, video, aviation, cosmetology, dentistry, and students have
Got it. Okay, thank you. He asked me, Virgil, you asked me to comment on the school. I figured I should learn a little bit about it. I should learn a little bit about it before I commented on it, but I appreciate the clarification there. I mean, our proposal and our principle in the Trump administration is quite simple. We want Americans to be able to pursue their American dream. Whether that means going to a trade school or going to a four-year education, going to the military, we want to give you as many options as possible. And what happened for a long time in this country is that you had both parties, both sets of leaders saying, no. The only pathway that we're going to fund, the only pathway we're going to help you with is if you want to get a four-year degree. If you want to get a four-year degree, great. But if you want to be a plumber,
I would say this though. Look, you can't try to inspire the American youth to get a four-year degree where you're going to try to replace them with an H-1 visa guy who went to India in a tech program for only 2 years, while our youth got to go through there for 4 years, and these guys get picked over them. I mean, if that's what y'all going to do, then y'all might as well make these tech programs like trade schools, like 6 months to 2 years. I mean, if that's what y'all going to do.
Or an electrician or a pipe fitter, your government ought to fight for you too. And that's exactly what we want to make happen. And I do, Virgil, part of that is policy. Part of that is making sure that things like Pell Grants and other federal benefits, they don't pick and choose. They don't discriminate against our great trade schools. But part of that is leadership. And I think it's important for those of us who are in positions of leadership to say that.
Which is wild because, I mean, that's how they be able to put you more into debt. Well, not the Pell Grants, but these student loans. Yeah, that's how they put you more into debt right there, is they kind of force you to go to these four-year colleges, which you're going to acquire more debt instead of these two-year colleges, 2-year trade schools. You go in there, you get your certificate, and you're ready to go. Your hands-on experience and all that, or at least with the, the internship or apprenticeship in y'all cases.
There are so many great careers that require you to use your hands and your head at the same time, where you can earn a great living. You can build something great for your fellow citizens and people in your community. We're not going to have enough housing. We're not going to have plumbing that works. We're not going to have lights that turn on unless we've got enough people going into our trade schools. We got to have more kids doing it, more young people doing it, because they're the ones building the American dream of homeownership. They're the ones building the future, and we're going to fight for you every step of the way. Thank you for your question.
Yep. That'll work out just fine. As long as we don't let illegals to come in to undermine their wages, everything will work out just fine.
And let's do a few more questions here, and then I'm going to have to hit the road. Sir. Where have we got a microphone?
Vice President Raul Bally, WABE Radio here in Atlanta. Wanted to ask you about something, your final topic on safety. Do you see the administration putting soldiers in the city of Atlanta?
Well, look, what we've done is we have focused on Washington, D.C. because it's a federal city under our jurisdiction, but we certainly...
Shout out to Preactorus. He says, you'd be surprised, man. I'm a Bernie guy. Okay, I used to be a Bernie guy back in the day, in my college days. He says, I supported him in 2016. Yeah, just like, back in my college days, like me. Democrats lost me with the overly woke culture war stuff that pushed me towards the GOP. I think the parties flipped again. I mean, yeah, here's the thing, though. I mean, on the right, it's kind of like they have this warmongering mentality toward the Middle East. But on the left, they have this warmongering mentality towards Russia. And it's kind of crazy because the left is like, they have that warmongering mentality towards a nuclear superpower, which is wild. But hey, I mean, sometimes you got to pick and choose between your warmongering parties, which I do hope in the future does kind of die out, like the old generation die out, and we're not going to be so war hungry. At least, though, hopefully the newer generation won't be so warmongering or such neocons and neoliberals, and we'll try to move on more peaceful times in the world. Hopefully, while maintaining a strong military, of course, because that's the only way we're going to maintain that.
Hope that whether it's Atlanta or anywhere else, people are going to look around and say, we don't have to live like this. It turns out if you just go and arrest the bad guys, you can have cities and streets that are safe again. And we hope that people see what we're doing in Washington, D.C. and follow our example all across the country. I'm a big fan. Look, I grew up in a small town. I love our beautiful countryside and our rural areas, but I love our big cities too. And I want you to be able to go shopping or go and get a nice meal with your family without the fear that you're going to get mugged or even worse, because you have the audacity to take your family out for a day in one of our great American cities. We don't have to live like this. All we need is politicians who actually care more about public safety for American citizens than they do for violent criminals. In Washington, D.C., in 10 days of what Donald Trump has done in Washington, D.C., did you know armed robberies are down 55% in our nation's capital? It's amazing. Murders in Washington, D.C. are down over 35%. Again, that's in a week and a half of just taking crime seriously. And there's something, Democrats had this weird sickness in the head 5-6 years ago, where they decided that...
I will be real, though. Crime was already down from 2023 to 2024, and it was heading in that downward, in that downward motion. They were still trying to get to pre-COVID levels. They didn't get the pre-COVID levels yet, but when they hit that skyrocket crime rate, I'm talking about DC in 2023, that's what they're talking about. Oh, well, it dramatically got better. I know, because y'all hit a high score, and now y'all coming down from it. And yes, that is like 50% better than where they were in 2023. But let's be honest, though, they're still not at pre-COVID level. They're still not at normancy. Well, when it comes to their crime, of course.
All law enforcement was racist. You know who suffers the most, especially in our urban areas, when you don't allow the police to enforce the laws against bad guys? It is the good citizens, disproportionately Black Atlantans, who suffer the most from high violent crime. Because you've got more, or at least a disproportionate number of Black Georgians living in Atlanta compared to other places. So when you empower police to prosecute violent criminals, that's not racism. That's empowering everybody, Black or white, to live safely in their communities. And that should be the God-given right of every American citizen to walk down the street in safety and comfort. God bless you, sir. Next question.
President, thank you for answering our
question. I don't know. So we can all be real and also say that as our capital, as DC, it being the capital, it should low-key have like the lowest crime rate in the country, in the world, it being the United States capital. Just saying.
Questions. I'm Doug Reardon with Atlanta News First. I know you're here to talk about business and manufacturing. I wanted to ask you about the spending bill's impact on individuals. There was a nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office report that came out last week showing that the bottom 10%, the poorest Americans, would lose about $1,200, excuse me, a year on their income, while the top 10%,
Really?
they would add about $13,000 annually to their income. Can you justify for those poorest Americans those differences?
Shout out to Preactoris. He's coming in again saying crime wasn't down. NBC had articles weeks ago to like a month ago where the DC police launched an internal investigation that district commanders were fudging the numbers and reclassifying crimes. Okay, now I did hear about the reclassifying crimes, and I just did hear about a trusted official in the police force was pretty much saying that as well, but it wasn't investigated until now, or maybe like a week ago. So yeah, you are right about that. We don't even know if the actual numbers are real, that the crime actually went down due to reclassification and possible or alleged fudging of the numbers.
Well, first of all, the Congressional Budget Office, sometimes they put out reports that are absolutely.
But I kind of want to wait for the confirmation before I just go ahead and stamp it and be like, you grimy bastards, well, you knew you were lying. Before I do all that, I want confirmation.
Atrocious, and I think this is a good example of a very atrocious report. The most important thing for people who are living at the bottom of the income ladder is that they not pay taxes on their income sources. So if you're working hard and you're working overtime, you're going to get a big fat tax cut. If you're working at a restaurant or some other business where you're earning your wages primarily through tips, you're going to get a big fat tax cut. And most importantly, the president's economic policies are going to prevent your job from being shipped off to Asia or to Mexico.
Every time I think about no tax on tips, like, excuse me for the the vulgarity of it, but I don't know. I be thinking of strippers like every time. I'd be like, the people who are going to benefit the most is people in the entertainment industry or the nightlife services, bottle girls, like bartenders and strippers, who didn't get all of their income in tips. So all of that is tax free. Well, until a certain extent, to that 12,000 mark, I believe. Y'all strippers best get married. It extends a little bit for you.
That is the very best thing for people at the bottom of the income ladder. And that's why we have the economic policies that we do. If you go back 50, 60 years, what is the fastest period for blue collar wages rising in the United States of America? It is the time that we are living in right now, thanks to the economic policies of Donald J. Trump. You know what the worst thing for people at the bottom of the income ladder is? It's when you flood the country with millions upon millions of illegal aliens and force our poor Americans to compete for jobs against low-wage foreigners who don't even have the legal right to be here. That is what destroys the wages and the livelihoods of people who are struggling in this country. We want to empower them to live the American dream. That's why we're protecting their jobs, lowering their taxes, and fighting to make their country safe again. And I'll do one more question.
Sir, I'm George Cheedy. I write for The Guardian. I live in a small town, less than 1,000 people. I'm also a military veteran. I am a Infos trained killer just like you.
Thank you for your service, George.
In 1996 in Atlanta, when the
I think he was just in the photography. I don't think J.D. Vance was in any combat, but okay.
Olympics was coming through. Atlanta very famously rounded up people who were homeless on the street downtown, bought them bus tickets, and sent them out of town and often out of state. There's a lot of negative sentiment about that later. It's one of the things that people remember. I am concerned that in the press to eliminate encampments in DC, something similar to that is happening. What is happening to the people who are homeless, often poor, often have a mental health problem or a drug problem? Where are they actually going when these encampments are being broken?
So first of all, George, I was 12 years old when the 1996 Summer Games happened in Atlanta, so I don't remember exactly the background there. I was worried about football and fishing and doing all the things that a 12-year-old in southwestern Ohio was worried about. But I think that the question betrays a certain misunderstanding of what we're trying to do and what is the nature of real compassion. I talked earlier about my son being harassed at Union Station a couple of years ago. Now, first, as a father, you have some vagrant screaming crazy stuff. I'm sure a lot of us have had this experience where you have some vagrant screaming crazy stuff at your 3-year-old. As a father, my first reaction is grab my son closer, make sure that he's safe. Okay, then you realize the person's not going to maybe run and charge and attack us. We'll just keep our distance. But then you think, wait a second, why have we convinced ourselves that it's compassionate to allow a person who's obviously a schizophrenic or suffering from some other mental illness? Why is it compassionate to let that person fester in the streets? You see them, they're
yeah.
You know, a lot of them.
I mean, we let them fester in the streets, but under Biden, we was low-key letting illegals come in and giving them EBT cards and hotel stays, you know, on the American dollar. Like, let's be real. They was living a good life. But we couldn't even do that for our homeless. Crazy. I mean, all that money we spent on them, I mean, we could have put half of them through rehab. I mean, let them stay in those little hotels and maybe got them a job. Maybe.
Have clear mental health issues. A lot of them have clear physical health issues. They're not properly clothed. They're not properly cared for. Some of them are wasting away. The compassionate thing is to have people who are having mental health crises, to get them in treatment, not to let them sit on the streets and yell at our people while they're walking by. And so the president actually signed an executive order to make it easier for some of these people to get access to mental health treatment. And I don't know for the life of me what happened in this country where we decided that the compassionate thing was to let somebody fester on the streets instead of get the treatment that they need. It's very simple to me. And I don't know why we accept it as parents and as grandparents and as people who just want to walk down the street in comfort, why we accepted that it was reasonable to have crazy people yelling at our kids. You should not have to cross the street in downtown Atlanta to avoid a crazy person yelling at your family. Those are your streets, paid for with your tax dollars, and you ought to be able to use them like any other citizen of this country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. But downtown Atlanta is where those robbers go to target, you know, wealthy individuals.
So let me close. I know I said that was the last question. So let me just close with this thought. You know, there are a number of things I could say about President Trump's leadership and a number of things I could say about what we're trying to accomplish in the Trump administration. Put very simply, we're trying to make America great for Americans again. When you hear that phrase, make America great, we want you as a taxpayer, as a worker, as a business owner, we want you to be able to enjoy the incredible benefits and bounty of the United States of America. This country was built by your grandparents, by your parents, by your forebears. You ought to have the right to live a good life in this country that wouldn't even exist were it not for the hard work of so many generations who came before us. They didn't put in that work. They didn't build this great country. They didn't carve the greatest civilization in the history of the world out of a wilderness so that their ancestors and their descendants could see it fall into disrepair. They did not build, look at Atlanta. It's a beautiful city. It's one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. The people who built Atlanta did not build it so that you would not be able to walk down the streets of Atlanta safely at night. They built it so that you could enjoy it. They built this country so that we could make an even greater America out of it. And the policies of the Trump administration are meant for one simple reason: to empower you to live a great life in this country that all of us love. We've got a lot of work done in the last 7 months. We're going to do a hell of a lot more work in the next 3.5 years, and we're going to fight for you every single step of the way. God bless you, and thank you for having me here in Peachtree City.
Now, let's go ahead and get on to J.D. Vance's interview, though, on Fox News. And we're going to do not the whole thing, but half of it.
So I've actually never met Putin. The president did that meeting.
Oh, there we go.
Security agreement. My question to you is, why should America carry the lion's share of the burden from now until Lord knows when for Europe when Europe has the money to defend itself?
Well, I don't think we should carry the burden here. I think that we should be helpful if it's necessary to.
Oh, I do make the point. Like, what you mean? Europe rather spend on their social services than defending themselves. I mean, that's what the whole NATO thing was for in a way. Is like, hey, they kind of get the lax on military spending while providing social services to their people, like, you know, healthcare for all, free internet, you know, cool stuff.
stop the war and to stop the killing. But I think that we should expect, and the president certainly expects, Europe to play the leading role here. And what he said very clearly is, look, the United States is open to having the conversation, but we're not going to make commitments until we figure out what's going to be necessary to stop the war in the first place. And I think that it's, the president is very good. He never takes anything off the table. He never puts anything fully on the table because he doesn't want to give away his leverage. And this is the private conversation that we're all going to have about what's necessary to stop the war. Yeah. But no matter what happens, no matter what form this takes, the Europeans are going to have to take the lion's share of the burden. It's their continent, it's their security, and the president's been very clear they're going to have to step up here.
What's it like meeting Putin? What was he like, just one-on-one?
So I've actually never met Putin. The president did that meeting. I've talked to him on the phone a number of times. It's interesting. He's more soft-spoken than you would necessarily expect. The American media has a particular image of him. He's soft-spoken in a certain way. He's very deliberate. He's very careful. And I think fundamentally, he's a person who looks out for the interests as he sees it of Russia. And I think one of the reasons he respects the president of the United States is because he knows the president looks out for the interests of the American people. And while they often disagree about issues, and obviously the president has been very critical of Vladimir Putin, the president's also willing to work with anybody if he thinks it's going to accomplish an important goal for America. And we all agree an important goal is to stop the killing.
Let's move to the economy, because that is still the number one issue in the United States for most voters.
Sure.
The Democrats seem to be banking on an economic downturn, just like they seem to be banking on chaos in the streets against the National Guard.
Sure.
How do you see the economy in the next 6 months as we're seeing some continuing uncertainty regarding interest rates and Jerome Powell?
Well, unfortunately, you have the Democrats. I think they really are betting against the United States. We're betting on the United States and the American people. There are a lot of good things happening in the economy. You have a lot of new investment coming in part because the tariffs. People are trying to avoid the tariffs by building in the United States, which is their whole point, Laura, and why the president has been right about this issue.
And shout out Misfit Supervisor. Appreciate the support. Make sure to follow her channel. And how's it going, sis? I want to hear them address the home/rent prices. I mean, yeah, mortgage. Yeah, those, mortgages will also, be nice as well. Those interest rate on mortgages and house prices. You're right. Now, it all depends on what state you're living in, too, and what you're dealing with. Because, man, if you're like in places like New York, I mean, rent is sky high. California, rent is ridiculous. But, I mean, in red states like mine, I mean, rent's honestly pretty moderate. It's like not that bad.
Issue from the beginning. You see blue collar wages rising at their fastest rate in 50, 60 years. You see inflation cooling off, though there's still a lot of work to do there. So I feel very good about where the economy is. You can never predict the future, but I think what people all over the world recognize is that it's a time to build in the United States of America. If you want to build a car, you want to build a car manufacturing facility, if you want to build a next generation technology facility, if you want to build houses, whatever you want to do, we are the place to do business.
How about rare earths and magnets, which is what we're dependent on with China, which gives them an enormous amount of leverage over us.
And that's something the president has really directed the entire team to fix that issue, because whether it's rare earth magnets or pharmaceuticals, he wants the United States to depend on Americans. We should not be in a situation where foreign adversaries or competitors have control over critical parts of our economy. Think about this, Laura. God forbid Americans are in some sort of conflict and we can't get antibiotics.
Oh, shit. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and put a rush on it then. All right, guys. Shout out to my man Vlad. He says the most dangerous Carl Jung for psychological sign. Jung, not Carl Jung, but Jung. Welcome to the Jug house. Oh, man. Telling my age with that line. But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
Jung discovered that 73% of his most dangerous patients showed one identical warning sign before they became destructive. This psychological red flag appears in normal, even charming people who seem completely harmless on the surface. When you recognize it, Jung said immediate withdrawal is your only protection. Today, I'll show you exactly what to watch for, because this sign doesn't announce itself through obvious aggression or toxic behavior. It's far more subtle, and that's precisely what makes it so deadly. The sign Jung identified appears when someone begins projecting their shadow onto others with absolute conviction. But here's what most people don't understand about shadow projection. It's not just psychological theory. It's a warning system that can save your life. In 1913, Jung treated a patient who would forever change his understanding of human danger. This patient...
Oh, guys, make sure to sit back and like the video. Double tap that screen. Yes, double tap the screen, like the video, and enjoy the psychology lesson. You might learn something about yourself.
Patient was charming, articulate, and seemed genuinely concerned about others. But Jung noticed something that made his blood run cold. Every person this patient described as evil or manipulative shared identical traits that Jung recognized as the patient's own denied characteristics. The patient wasn't just mistaken about people. He was systematically projecting his shadow onto everyone around him. Within 6 months, this patient had destroyed 3 relationships, gotten 2 colleagues fired, and driven his own brother to a nervous breakdown, all while maintaining complete innocence and believing himself to be the victim. Jung realized he wasn't dealing with simple misunderstanding. He was witnessing the most dangerous psychological mechanism in human relationships: unconscious shadow projection combined with absolute conviction. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is what modern neuroscience has revealed about this process. When someone projects their shadow with conviction, their brain literally rewrites reality to support their distorted perceptions. Dr. Robert Sapolsky's research at Stanford shows that during intense projection episodes, the same neural networks activate as during delusional states. The person isn't consciously lying. Their brain has actually altered their perception of reality. This explains why shadow projectors are so convincing to others. They genuinely believe their distorted perceptions because their neural filtering system has been hijacked by unconscious content. But here's where it gets truly dangerous. The projector's conviction creates what psychologists call reality distortion fields. They don't just see you incorrectly, they convince others to see you through their distorted lens. Jung documented case after case where shadow projectors destroyed reputations, relationships, and entire social networks simply by spreading their unconscious projections with absolute certainty.
Damn.
Think about the last time someone accused you of motivations you never had, emotions you never felt, or intentions you never possessed.
Bro.
If they did it with complete certainty, immune to any evidence you provided, you were experiencing shadow projection in real time. Here's what makes shadow projection so insidious. The stronger the projection, the more convinced the projector becomes. It's a psychological feedback loop that can trap entire families, workplaces, and communities. Ancient wisdom traditions understood this phenomenon long before Jung articulated it scientifically. Buddhism speaks of the darkened mirror that reflects one's own impurities as foreign objects. Christianity warns about seeing the speck in another's eye while missing the beam in your own. But Jung went deeper. He discovered that shadow projectors don't just misperceive reality. They create alternate realities that feel completely real to them and increasingly real to others. The warning sign appears when you notice a complete disconnection between how someone describes you and your actual internal experience. They attribute thoughts, feelings, and motivations to you that exist nowhere in your consciousness. And they do it with such certainty that you start questioning your own reality. This is psychological gaslighting at its most sophisticated level. Not conscious manipulation, but unconscious reality distortion that can drive targets to genuine psychological breakdown. But the projection itself isn't the real danger. The real danger is how shadow projectors unconsciously recruit others into their distorted reality. Jung called this collective possession, when entire groups begin seeing the world through one person's projections. Dr. Leon Festinger's research on cognitive dissonance explains how this happens. When someone presents their projections with absolute conviction, others experience psychological pressure to align their perceptions with the projector's certainty rather than trust their own contradictory observations. This is how families turn against scapegoated members, how workplaces mob innocent employees, how communities destroy individuals based on projected accusations that have no basis in reality. The projector becomes the center of a psychological storm, unconsciously organizing others into attacking the very qualities they cannot accept in themselves. Jung observed this pattern in his most dangerous patients. They didn't just project their shadows. They created entire social systems organized around their projections.
Wow.
The projected upon person becomes isolated, gaslit, and eventually broken by a collective delusion they never participated in creating. Jung identified 5 unmistakable warning signs that revealed dangerous shadow projection. Sign 1. Absolute certainty about others' motivations. They don't say, "I think you might be." They say, "You are," with complete conviction about your internal states, motivations, and character.
Wow.
Sign 2. Immunity to contradictory evidence. No amount of explanation, clarification, or contrary evidence can shake their perceptions. They interpret your attempts to correct their misperceptions as further proof of their accuracy. Sign 3. Emotional intensity. Disproportionate to evidence. They have strong emotional reactions to perceived slights or behaviors that others find minor or non-existent. Their emotional intensity reveals the projected content, not your actual behavior. Sign 4. Consistent victim narratives. They consistently end up in conflicts where they're the innocent victim of others' malice, manipulation, or cruelty. The cast of characters changes, but they're always the wronged party. Sign 5. Recruitment behavior. They subtly or overtly try to get others to see you the way they do, often through seemingly concerned conversations about your character or behavior. When you see these 5 signs together, you're not dealing with simple misunderstanding or personality conflict. You're facing unconscious shadow projection that will escalate until it destroys something: your reputation, your relationships, or your sanity. Shadow projection follows a predictable escalation pattern that Jung mapped through decades of clinical observation. Stage 1. Initial projection. Subtle accusations or attributions that don't match your reality. You dismiss them as misunderstandings. Stage 2. Conviction. Crystallization. The projections become more frequent and certain. The projector shows no doubt about their perceptions, despite your corrections. Stage 3. Reality distortion. The projector begins interpreting everything you do through their projection filter. Neutral actions become evidence of malicious intent. Stage 4. Social recruitment. They begin sharing their concerns about you with others, always from a place of apparent care or worry. Stage 5. Collective possession. Others begin seeing you through the projector's lens. You find yourself defending against accusations that seem to come from nowhere. Stage 6. Systematic exclusion. The group organizes around the shared projection, systematically excluding or attacking you for qualities that exist primarily in the projector's unconscious. Understanding this pattern can save you years of psychological damage. The key is recognizing stage 2 and extracting yourself before the projection gains collective momentum. But shadow projection isn't the only dangerous sign Jung identified. Jung discovered an even more dangerous psychological state: ego inflation. While shadow projectors are unconsciously dangerous, inflated individuals are consciously convinced of their own righteousness while being completely blind to their shadow. The inflated person doesn't just project their shadow. They identify with archetypal energies that far exceed their personal capacity for integration. They become possessed by the savior, the wise one, the truth bearer, or the righteous judge. Unlike obvious narcissists who are easily spotted, inflated individuals often appear spiritually evolved, morally superior, or intellectually enlightened. This apparent elevation makes them infinitely more dangerous because people willingly submit to their authority. The warning signs of dangerous inflation include never doubting their own motivations. While authentic spiritual teachers express humility before mystery, inflated individuals exhibit absolute certainty about their perceptions and judgments, interpreting disagreement as evil. They don't process questioning as useful information, but as resistance to truth, goodness, or divine will itself. Extraordinary charisma combined with rigid thinking. Their conviction creates magnetic attraction, while their inflated state eliminates psychological flexibility. Jung warned that inflated individuals eventually collapse under the psychic tension of identifying their small ego.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, is this a deep dive into Cool Beans mental? You know, I thought that's where Vlad was going with it as well, to be quite honest with you. But shout out, though. I'm not even gonna lie. This brings a, I ain't gonna lie, this kind of this kind of does represent the Democrats and how they kind of project us, or I would say liberals, how they project towards us, and you know, certain people in your life. I'm pretty sure that we all know.
With transpersonal contents. But before they collapse, they often cause devastating damage to others through their absolute conviction in their own righteousness. The third dangerous sign Jung identified is complete identification with the social persona, the mask we wear in public, becoming the only identity the person recognizes. This creates what Jung called the perfect person problem. Someone so adapted to social expectations that they've lost all connection to their authentic self and shadow. The danger isn't obvious because persona-identified individuals are often models of social appropriateness. They always know what to say, how to act, what expressions to wear. But this perfection conceals a terrifying emptiness. When someone has invested all their psychic energy in maintaining a flawless external image, their rejected shadow aspects don't disappear. They accumulate in the unconscious, like psychological pressure in a sealed container. The warning signs include uncanny social perfection. They never seem to have bad days, inappropriate reactions, or human inconsistencies. Artificial quality to interactions. Despite technical correctness, something feels hollow or performed in their presence. Extreme reactions to perceived image threats. Any challenge to their perfect persona triggers disproportionate defensive responses. Jung documented how persona-identified individuals often experience sudden shadow eruptions, explosive episodes where all their repressed content emerges in destructive ways. The more perfect the persona, the more chaotic and dangerous the eventual shadow explosion. Perhaps the most alarming sign Jung identified is archetypal possession, when someone loses their individual identity and becomes a channel for transpersonal energies beyond their capacity to integrate. You can recognize this state when someone's personality seems to disappear, replaced by something ancient and impersonal. Their eyes change, their voice changes. They speak with authority that doesn't belong to their personal experience. They might become possessed by the eternal victim, always suffering and demanding rescue.
Possessed is
or the
crazy.
righteous warrior, fighting cosmic battles against evil that only they can see. Or the divine parent, treating adults like children who need their guidance and control.
Okay, now that's liberals off the rip. All right, yeah, that's them right there. Just stamp it right there. I'll even say, let them say it again.
Fighting cosmic battles against evil that only they can see. Or the divine parent, treating adults like children who need their guidance and control. The possessed person experiences extraordinary certainty and purpose. The normal ambiguity of human consciousness disappears, replaced by absolute conviction that can be extremely persuasive to others. But here's what makes archetypal possession so dangerous. Archetypes contain extreme polarities. The same archetypal energy that produces saints also produces fanatics. The person possessed by the savior archetype will inevitably manifest its shadow aspects, often becoming the very thing they claim to oppose. Jung documented cases where possessed individuals committed acts completely contrary to their conscious values, later experiencing amnesia or elaborate rationalizations to explain their contradictory behavior. The final dangerous sign is what Jung called the compulsion to repeat, unconscious patterns where someone obsessively recreates the same painful situations while believing themselves to be victims of cruel fate. This might seem less dangerous than the other signs, but people trapped in repetition compulsions unconsciously recruit others to play roles in their unresolved psychological dramas. The warning appears when you notice someone consistently ending up in identical painful situations with different people, always following surprisingly similar scripts. They seem genuinely surprised each time the pattern repeats, as if they're victims of destiny rather than unconscious architects of their own recurring experience. The danger is getting recruited into their psychological drama. Without realizing it, you can find yourself playing a role in a story that began long before you met this person, usually the role of betrayer, abandoner, or persecutor. Jung called this negative synchronicity, the unconscious ability to orchestrate encounters that perpetuate unresolved patterns. The person trapped in repetition compulsions unconsciously emits signals that attract precisely those who can help them recreate their original traumatic scenarios. Now that you can recognize these dangerous signs,
perfect examples
how do
right
you
here.
protect yourself?
Hey, perfect example right here of shadow projection. Yeah, I mean, you sound like Tyrone Biggums, bro. Probably, I mean, I'm pretty sure you live with your mama, or you probably live with some ugly ass chick. And here's the thing, though, you probably don't have any type of content creation of your own. I mean, look, Vlad, I mean, you're right, bro. The shadow projection is real.
Jung's protection protocol is
right.
deceptively simple. Conscious awareness combined with immediate boundary enforcement. Step 1. Trust your gut. If someone...
I mean, only a real delusional person will watch this and then still make a comment like that. I mean, like, bro, we're literally talking about shadow projection, and you write a comment like that.
Perception of you consistently contradicts your internal experience. Trust your internal reality over their projections. Step 2. Don't try to convince them. Shadow projectors, inflated individuals, and possessed people are immune to contradictory evidence. Attempting to convince them often strengthens their projections. Step 3. Limit information. Don't share personal details that can be twisted into evidence supporting their projections. Step 4. Document interactions. Keep records of conversations and events. Projectors often rewrite history to support their distorted narratives. Step 5. Seek outside perspective. Talk to trusted others who know both you and the projector. Reality check your perceptions with people outside the projection field. Step 6. Withdraw when necessary. Sometimes the only winning move is not to play. If someone shows multiple dangerous signs, strategic withdrawal may be your only protection. Remember that patient who changed Jung's understanding of human danger? The one who destroyed relationships while maintaining complete innocence? Jung eventually realized that this patient's shadow projections weren't random. They were systematic attempts to avoid confronting his own capacity for the very behaviors he saw in others. The patient couldn't tolerate knowing that he was capable of manipulation, cruelty, and selfishness. So his unconscious mind projected these qualities onto everyone around him, allowing him to feel pure while unconsciously acting out the very behaviors he condemned. This is the tragic irony of shadow projection. People become the very thing they most fear or hate, all while maintaining complete unconsciousness of their own.
I mean, yeah, how a liberal will say that, Republicans are racist, but they see me, a black conservative, and they'll call me all types of racist names and all that good stuff. But they say that they're not racist. They're above it. Only the Republicans or MAGA do it. But then, here they are, a liberal who voted for Kamala Harris, calling you the N-word with a heart, calling me the N-word with a hard R, blackie, all types of stuff. But, they can never fathom themselves, lowering themselves to what? To what? Racism? But y'all do it every time y'all see a black conservative. It's kind of funny.
Transformation. But here's what Jung discovered that can save you. Conscious awareness of these patterns breaks their power. When you can recognize shadow projection, ego inflation, persona identification, archetypal possession, and repetition compulsions, you're no longer vulnerable to their unconscious influence. The most dangerous people are those who are unconscious of their own darkness. But the moment you become conscious of these patterns, in others and in yourself, you step out of their psychological jurisdiction. Jung spent his life mapping these dangerous territories of the human psyche, not to create fear, but to create freedom. Freedom from unconscious manipulation, freedom from projection fields, freedom from being recruited into other people's psychological dramas. The most dangerous Carl Jung psychology sign isn't just shadow projection. It's the absolute unconsciousness of one's own shadow combined with complete conviction in one's own perceptions. When you encounter someone who shows this sign, remember Jung's words. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. People who cannot accept themselves completely will inevitably make you the repository for everything they cannot bear to see in themselves. Your protection lies not in fighting their projections, but in maintaining conscious awareness of what belongs to you and what belongs to them. That consciousness is your shield against the most dangerous psychological forces in human relationships. Have you encountered these warning signs in your relationships? Share your experience in the comments. Sometimes recognizing these patterns in our past can protect us in our future.
I mean, what you mean? They call Donald Trump a racist and then they'll make racist comment themselves. I mean, that's the ultimate projection right there. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. They hate this man, Donald Trump, so much to call him a racist, but then they make racist comments themselves. I mean, here's the thing. Don't call the man racist if you guys are racist yourselves, especially against people who disagree with you. Like, that's all I got. And I don't care. You can call me whatever you want, but it's just funny to me that, you know, you'll call Donald Trump a racist and all this wild stuff, but do it yourself. Yeah, that's what the video was talking about. I mean, that's some A1 projection right there, like top level projection. But all right, guys, let's get right back into it. And which hard R are you talking about? Come on now, you know what I'm talking about.
Antibiotics, because we're in conflict against a country that makes the antibiotics. You don't have economic freedom and you don't have real prosperity unless you make your own stuff. That's why the president of the United States is making it so much easier to build things and make things in America.
Now, I know you love talking about politics because you're going to say, well, we can't look forward to 2028. I understand that.
I'm sick of politics.
But Democrats are still doing their 2024 autopsy.
Yes.
Okay. And part of their autopsy is that going forward, they need to kind of be more like Trump in tone, tougher, have nicknames. Newsom's given you a nickname, which I don't even understand, called Just Dance Vance. So I guess, what's your favorite dance? What's your favorite dance music? I mean, it's the dumbest nickname. But how lost are the Democrats right now? And you can answer the dance question.
I mean, look, the autopsy for the Democrats, some free political advice from the president of the United States is stop sounding like crazy people. That really is all it is. I mean, this idea that Gavin Newsom is somehow going to mimic Donald Trump's style, I think that ignores the fundamental genius of President Trump's political success, which is that he's authentic. He just is who he is. You've got to be yourself. You've actually got to talk to people honestly about the issues. I don't think it's that complicated. Don't be a crazy person. Be authentic. If the Democrats did that, they'd do a hell of a lot better. But the thing is, the Democrats really can't help themselves. If you look at the transgender issue, they're still talking about letting men playing women's sports. If you look at the crime issue, they're calling Donald Trump
they're still fighting for men and women's sports. I know it's not all Democrats, but y'all got to get some of y'all people together and get them on code on, we're dropping this trans ideology BS and we're moving on to something more, I don't know, like, important, but something more important that the American people care about instead of this 1 to 2% of people.
Fascist for taking action that in 9 days has dropped armed robberies by 55%. So part of sounding less crazy is being less crazy. And if the Democrats were less crazy, I think we'd all get along a whole lot better.
I'm not trying to pick on California because I am a member of the California bar, so don't get me here. But look, we've had a situation where they're giving commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens who can't speak English.
Who don't have basic English competency.
And they're killing Americans,
which
as we
matters a
saw
whole
in
lot,
Florida.
because if you're going to read a road sign, Laura, you might as well, or you need to actually read the language the road sign is written in. And of course, this illegal alien in California killed 3 innocent people because he was reckless, he was dangerous, he shouldn't have been in the country. But now we come to find out he can't even read in the language the road signs are written in. So this is, again, it goes to the Democrats' basic problem, which is they're just too crazy. Imagine if you had a Democratic Party that was focused on enhancing the prosperity and the safety of American citizens, rather than bringing in millions of low-wage illegal immigrants, giving them the right to vote, and allowing them to effectively make it harder for Americans to live a good life. That's all this is about. They care more about low-wage foreigners than they do about their own people. That is the fundamental craziness at the heart of the Democratic Party. And until they change that, Gavin Newsom can mimic Donald Trump all that he wants to. They're still going to lose unless they get better policies that actually serve the American people.
I know, like, trolling is only going to take y'all so far. I mean, TDS, well, Trump derangement syndrome is only going to take you so far. Like, you still got to come up with policies, guys. But, I mean, all y'all got is criticisms, no solution, and all y'all got is hatred for Trump and no solutions. So, I mean, where y'all really going with this?
Given the fact that,
and shout out to our man Hellbat, he says separate the LGB from the QTM plus.
They're endangering the lives and killing American citizens, as we saw with that horrific crash in Florida.
Literally killing Americans.
Literally killing Americans. I mean, these are not made up statistics. These just happen. I mean, federal highway funds, that's leverage that the federal government has over the states that refuse to do the basics. Would you consider advising that DOT and the administration pull back on federal highway funds for these states?
So I don't want to get ahead of any administration announcements, but we are looking at a whole host of points of leverage we can exercise over California and other states to make sure they comply with the law. Sanctuary cities are killing people because you allow these violent criminals to set up shop in your cities. Obviously, you saw this case with the person who murdered people on the road, 3 people on the road, because he couldn't even read the road signs. We have a lot of points of leverage here, but fundamentally, I think the American people have to stand with us here, because when we go and tell the governor of California or the governor of New York that you have to stop putting the interests of illegal aliens over American citizens, we need the American people to stand with us. And I think that they will. I think that they are. But we're definitely not going to let this slide, Laura. You can't do it. You've got to stop putting the interests of foreigners who don't have the right to be here over the interests of American citizens. That is the entire point and purpose of the Democratic Party. If you go back to the election of 2024, what was the big issue? The big issue was illegal immigration. They were actually defending the rights of illegal immigrants to come into our country to.
And it kind of does make the Dems look crazy because, like, you guys had Obama. Remember this. Like, you guys had Obama, the deporter in chief, and you guys go from the deporter in chief to letting in millions and millions of illegals. Is like, it's a complete flip on y'all side. So what was going on there?
Vote in our elections to collect Social Security and Medicaid that ought by right go to American citizens, to say nothing of housing. This is actually the biggest driver of housing costs in some of these big blue cities, is that they've flooded the zone with illegal immigrants. As we've kicked illegal aliens out of our country, you actually see housing costs start to level off. So fundamentally, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is we care about American citizens. They actually don't like American citizens and want to replace them with low-wage foreigners. It's a very stark difference. And I think the American people are going to continue to reward us because of it.
All right. When Elon Musk departed, he said it was, dramatic departure. And I know you know him well, you're good friends with him, but he said he's going to start a third party and not send everyone into the stratosphere. But he's since kind of backed off that. And now, according to the Wall Street Journal, he is considering backing you in 2028. I know you don't want to get ahead of the president. He's only 7 months into this. But would that be something you would welcome? Certainly his staying in politics and perhaps supporting you down the road.
Yeah, so I saw the story, and as far as I can tell, the story is completely fake. I've never talked with Elon Musk or frankly any other donor about 2028. I do think that it would be a huge mistake for Elon to go forward with a third party. And my argument to him is, whether you like it or not, you are now perceived by the far left as on the side of the American right. You believe in law and order. You believe in closed borders. You believe in economic growth and prosperity. You believe in making things in the United States of America. The idea that Elon is ever going to go back to being sort of in the middle, where Democrats and Republicans both like him, that's just not going to happen. he is perceived as being on the American right. And so if he doesn't like things the Republican Party is doing, my advice to Elon would be try to fix the Republican Party. Try to push it in your own way. Disagree with me all you want, disagree with the President of the United States, but don't pretend that you can make a big difference with a third party. I think Elon would make a much bigger difference if he stayed loyal to President Trump's Republican Party. And if he had disagreements, express those disagreements from the inside as opposed to from the outside.
The New York Times just reported that the Democrats are in a voter registration spiral. 2.1 million Americans ditched the Democrat Party between 2020 and 2024. Meanwhile, the GOP is doing pretty well. They're gaining 2.4 million. So is this a moment where...
Yeah, the red wave they said that was never going to come came in that 2024 election. And I mean, the Democrats has been devastated ever since. And they've continued to lose more voters as they honestly just stand on the same idiotic positions.
We could see the midterm curse reversed and the Republican Party gain some ground.
I think we have a good chance, but take nothing for granted, Laura. You have the Democrats are still trying to register illegal aliens. They still explicitly say that they want illegal aliens to vote in federal elections. We still have, I think, a lot of headwinds from the media. They never tell the truth about what we're doing, about what the president has accomplished for the American people. So don't rest on our laurels. Keep on achieving victories for the American people and keep on trying to win. That's our path to being able to continue to govern this country. I'm not going to bank anything in 2026. We just have to keep working at it.
Who's your best friend in the cabinet?
We have a lot of good friends, right? I mean, the weird thing is you say it's one person, then fundamentally that's an insult to other people. I mean, Marco and I are very close. We were close in the Senate. He's been a great friend of mine. I think he's doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, who I went to Union Station, I think is doing a great job as Secretary of Defense. And really the DC swamp tried to destroy Pete Hegseth unlike anybody in the administration. And that really kind of, whenever I see the worst people in the world trying to tear a guy down, that makes me think he's on our side.
Are you doing push-ups and pull-ups with him and Bobby? Are you?
I have not yet done. I'm sure they can do more push-ups and pull-ups than I have.
And shout out to my man Hellbuddy says, poll, who wins in a debate, Michael Knowles or Shmuley? Michael Knowles. I mean, Shmuley, that man is crazy. That man don't make no sense.
But I am, it's funny. I do love this presidential focus on fitness. And Bobby and Peter obviously leading the way, but I'm going to participate as much as I can.
You're going to Georgia, big, beautiful bill. Can we expect any fireworks down there? What can we say?
Well, I guess it depends on who's going to show up to the rally. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun, talk about the big successes of the big, beautiful bill, the fact that it lowers taxes for the gross majority of Americans, the fact that we're making it easier to build things in America again. So we're going to have a good time, and we're going to talk about all the things the president's doing just to make people's lives better. That's the whole reason we're doing this. We want Americans to be able to live safe, prosperous lives in their own country. We made a lot of progress in 7 months. We're going to make a lot more.
Hey, Sean. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at the left side of media on CNN, and then we're going to get over to some negative views on J.D. Vance. All right.
Reporting a major U-turn. The Wall Street Journal is reporting a major U-turn from billionaire Tesla CEO, once Trump whisperer, Elon Musk. Quote, Elon Musk pledged to start a political party. He is already pumping the brakes. Musk's idea of a third party began early this summer, but crystallized just over a month ago as the details of President Trump's agenda bill became more clear. He wrote, quote, if this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Well, July 4th, the bill signing happened. The next day, Musk announced, quote, the America Party. That was last month. It is now August. And Musk refuted the idea that he was changing plans. Of course, he did so in an X post. But we'll see if this actually goes forward. Again, my panel is back. The Wall Street Journal is saying no, and saying one of the reasons why is because he doesn't want to get sideways with J.D. Vance, who President Trump is effectively calling his heir apparent.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when it was first floated at the beginning of summer, you and I had a chat in your office. And one of the things we immediately said was, let's see when the paperwork is filed and he actually puts the money behind this. Right. So I think we're still in that place of waiting for that, right? And so the idea of, as you said, when he announced the America Party, announced is doing a lot of work in that sentence because we haven't seen what it means. Now, I do think the point you just made about Vance is really intriguing because given that We know Musk has been trying to get back in the good graces of the administration after the way that sort of exploded the relationship with the president.
And I have heard that, JD Vance is trying to, rekindle relationships between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, which, I mean, is not a bad idea. But honestly, I don't know. Elon got to low-key calm down with all that. Honestly, he does got to take back what he said about Trump on X. And if he meant it, I mean, please come with the proof. You're standing on it. Let us know, because I don't mind him standing on it. But please come with more proof, or give us a tell-all like interview on what you found out during your time in the Trump administration. If not, then you might want to backtrack that.
And the president has had kinder things to say about it more recently. But JD Vance currently is the RNC finance chair as well. So he is charged with raising all the money the party needs for the 2026 midterms. And he is the clear front runner for the Republican nomination in 2028. And so if indeed it is true that Vance's calculation is not wanting to get sideways with him, I mean, that says a lot to me about how you have made the determination that if you were to move forward with this, it would clearly be disadvantageous to the Republican Party, and you don't want to do that.
So there's that. And then there's also what is once again his day job, which is Tesla.
Right.
And let's just put up on the screen where this.
Oh God, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreement? You can send it in $2 and up. I'll be happy to read it out loud. And any music requests, if you're a member, $5. If you're not a member, $10 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's remember to double tap that screen, guys. Let's get 150 likes in here. We only got 120. Let's double tap that screen.
Stock is, it started out the year as Donald Trump was being inaugurated. You see there 423, and then really by the time he left, it had plummeted. Now it's back up a little bit, but that is still no doubt something that a lot of people are looking at, not only him, but members of the Tesla board.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of his journey in politics, like when he helped get the president elected, and then it kind of went because he saw his influence sort of wane in the wake of Doge, and wasn't able to convince Congress and convince his allies, Trump's allies in Congress, to take out or put in the things that he wanted in that bill. And we also saw the limits of his influence in places like Wisconsin, where he spent a bunch of money on that judicial race and it didn't work out. So it does. And I think a lot of his investors were saying you need to be focused back on your companies instead of in politics. And listen, forming a new party is hard. It is, I mean, expensive, but JD Vance, Elon Musk, that's all relative, but it requires so much on the groundwork.
I mean, it's the meanest uphill battle that you'll probably ever undertake. I mean, I'm talking about Elon Musk. If he was really trying to get this America First party going, let's be honest, he'd have to throw billions upon billions and also find a good candidate that represent all his ideas that the American people will accept. And that's a hard sell. Because accepting anybody that Elon Musk put billions of dollars behind, we're just thinking that he's gonna be a slave for the tech oligarchs, or he's gonna be a political pundit for the tech oligarchs. So we don't need that right now. We really don't.
So much attention to detail. It's hard to say that that's something he really wants to focus on when he has all of these other things going on.
Seeing that Tesla graph also reminds me of the reason why Elon Musk and Trump kind of broke up in a way. I mean, it was the clean energy tax credits. It was the one big beautiful bill and the provisions in it. You know who's tasked with selling the one big beautiful bill right now? That's JD Vance. He's been the prominent member of the administration traveling the country and becoming the face of that package. So now how does that impact the relationship between, the richest man in the world and somebody who at this point represents the future of the party?
He's going to Georgia today.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next video here. It's nuts. Lawmakers react to Trump referring to himself as a war hero. Yeah, they got pretty upset about this.
Congressman, I wanted to ask you something Trump had said about the start of the war, but he actually just was on a radio show a moment ago. The president was, and he was talking about the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he said something that I have to play for you. You've got to hear this.
He's a war hero because we work together. He's a war hero. I guess I am too. Nobody cares, but I am too. I mean, I sent those planes.
When I said at the top, Adam, that I wanted to mention that you had flown missions over Iraq and Afghanistan, I didn't think that I would be putting you in the position of having to comment on Trump calling himself a war hero, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just nuts. This is nuts, and his people are going to find a way to justify this. Listen, when they were putting out something honoring the Army's 250th anniversary, they put out a picture of Donald Trump in his military academy uniform, which has nothing to do with the military except they drill you. This is nuts. He's not a war hero. You can like what he's done. That's fine. I hope he gets a resolution in Ukraine. But to put himself on the same level of people that have actually gone out and served this country, not claimed bone spurs.
I mean, if he's stopping people from going out and, dying for our country, what they signed up for, but doesn't mean we got to send them out there just because they signed up for it. But so if he's stopping people from going out there, and he done stopped it multiple times, not just people in our country, but in other countries, then you know what? I'm going to say he's a peacemaker. But I see what he's saying. A war hero might be a bit out there. It kind of means like it kind of puts him inside of the fighting when really you're just a diplomat who's stopping the fighting.
Is an offense to anybody who served. And frankly, you just take somebody that served, calling themselves a war hero, even that would be inappropriate. For a guy that never served to say it, it's nuts. But they'll defend it. They'll find a way.
Well, you're probably right about that, but you're also right about something really important, which is the humility that defines a war hero, right? The humility of the fact that someone who's a war hero would never call themselves that. All right. Thank you both very much.
Yeah, and that also as well. But I kind of don't want to bash on that too much because let's be quite honest. I mean, hey, look, if him calling himself a war hero keeps him stopping these wars around the world, then I don't give a damn. He can call himself, like, I don't know, the king of the world for all he wants. If he's trying to bring peace to it, okay. And as long as he doesn't actually enact being the king, of course. Okay, Dems, chill the fuck out, okay? I'm not calling for a monarchy here. I'm just saying. He can call himself whatever the hell he wants as long as he's stopping wars around the world and he's stopping us from getting into wars, okay? Okay.
New York. Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race, and that museums put too much focus on the role of white people who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States. Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate that reflects the very real differences that exist in this country. It's what echo chambers in our society fail to do, frankly. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery was indeed bad. It was evil, the nation's original sin. And it is impossible to understand the truth.
I mean, shoot. I mean, every nation in the world then. I mean, it's the original sin of humanity to be, well, one of the original sins of humanity is slavery. I mean, for all my Pan-African guys, I mean, civilization started in Africa. So guess who started slavery? All right, then.
True history of this country without fully grappling with slavery's impact. Simply because of their birthplace and the color of their skin, the bodies and spirits of Black men, women, and children were exploited for profit and power. They were forced onto ships, bound by shackles and collars that ripped off their skin. One older man described it as iron entering our souls. Some chose to jump into the waters infested with sharks rather than feel that iron. Now, once they arrived on this very soil, they were forced to work by way of the whip, despite being starved, sleep deprived, threatened, tortured, physically and psychologically. They were auctioned off, humiliated, fearful, and separated from their families and their children. Black women and girls were raped and sexually assaulted. Many were brutally murdered and mutilated. Now, this endured for decades.
I would have to ask her, and this is where you kind of hone down on them. You're right, but was that, and this is going to sound crazy, but was that everybody? Was that every slave master? Because let's be honest, like slave masters actually, I know that people hate to say this because I'm not saying that slavery was good, but to sit there and hone in on the most terrible slave masters in the world and then say that was all slave masters, that's how all white people felt towards Black people, was complete villainization of every white person like throughout history. Let's be real with you. This would be real. This is what builds that, I guess, hatred of white people in the Black community, because the way you frame slavery is as if it was every white person going along to it. And that's not true, because if you actually put it on the front stage or make it stand the test of history, no, we wouldn't even have the Underground Railroad if it wasn't for white people feeling, I would guess, well, not even disgruntled, but have a rejection towards slavery. There was white people, even in government, that didn't like it, but they seen the economic sense into it. So when y'all make it seem like it was just all white people going along with it, and every slave master was just doing these brutal things to their slaves, I mean, no, that's just not how slavery went down. Was it horrible? For sure. Was the slave master who actually did that? Yes. But was it everyone, and was every white person just walking along with it? No. The reason why they had damn near a civil war over it. Well, one of the many reasons of the Civil War was slavery.
Centuries. And even in the places where slavery was not legal, institutions from our banks to universities were built on enslaved labor in both the North and in the South.
True.
And for many of the white Americans who did not personally own slaves, they benefited from a caste system that concentrated wealth and political power in their hands. So when we acknowledge the existence of Black people who operated George Washington's Mount Vernon or the Black hands that built the White House, we are acknowledging the existence, the perseverance, and the contributions of the souls that white supremacy sought to erase. Those people built families, they developed a culture.
Sought
they
to
were the
erase is
keepers
crazy.
of the faith.
Sought to erase is like, all right, look, sweetheart. When you say it like that, you kind of make it seem like they were trying to exterminate Black people in a way. When they treat us like cattle, no, for sure. But how you guys are framing this is intellectually dishonest. That's the problem about this critical race theory. And now, what Trump is doing in the Smithsonian, I really don't have no arguments on that. What I'm talking about is how we talk about slavery and how that builds a victim mentality through the mindset of the youth, of the Black youth.
Cultivators of community.
Oh, and shout out my man Hellbase. Like, play the Steven Crowder. Oh, yes, play the Steven Crowder show in response to this BS talk about an absolute breakdown of how this should be discussed. All right, I got you.
And they are the ones who deserve credit for forcing America to rid itself of the stain of slavery. Now, all of this information, these stories are from the Smithsonian's African American History Museum. And I share this not as a lecture for you, but as a lesson. America, the superpower, is largely possible only because of the superpowers of people who went lifetimes without the same rights of generations who were boosted from their backs. True history should include everything. Yes, the evils and the horrors too.
Yeah, the evils and the horrors, I get that. But I mean, let's include everything then. We should also include that there were the good slave masters who actually treat them slaves well, freed them, let them get an education. I mean, Frederick Douglass is one of the best examples of one of those cases happening, but you don't like to mention that. You kind of gloss over that right there. So yeah, please include everything, the good, bad, and the ugly. But yes, also include the good, not just the bad and the ugly.
And museums are supposed to be places that protect those stories, the images, the lessons, the very things that inform so much of our current state of our republic, from racism to poverty. No matter how painful, or in the president's words, how horrible the lesson. Now, just listen to one formerly enslaved man describe what slavery is like in his own words.
You know what I'd rather do? If I thought that I'd ever be a slave again, I'd take a gun and just end it all right away. Because you're nothing but a dog. You're not a thing but a dog.
And that's the truth.
We are here in the studio with our panel.
Not the hymns. Not the weight on the water. Nah, come on now, sis. That was still going a little bit too far, but why not? Why not? Like I said, we're not going to sit here and pretend like slavery was just a good thing. But when you guys sit there and only focus on the bad, as if there weren't white people who helped get slavery ended, the white people who helped slave escape, that's what you're being dishonest about. And that's all I'm saying. It's like, bro, we can sit here and recognize the evils of it. And we can also sit there and also appreciate that there are people who are on our side as well. Like, come on now.
You're right, Rigueur. I was actually surprised to see President Trump basically saying the quiet part out loud, that this review of the Smithsonian is not about even just something vague about reviewing.
And if
history.
somebody says the good and the ugly outweighs, the bad and the ugly outweighs the good, then you're honestly being disrespectful for those who helped your ancestors escape slavery through the Underground Railroad with Harriet Tubman. You're disrespecting those white people who put their lives on the line to help your ancestors escape slavery for the many that did. There was, yes, white people who's helped people get free. So like I said, the good, bad, and the ugly. Please explain it all, and not just the bad and the ugly that builds this victim and resentful mindset in our Black youth. That's all I'm saying.
To make sure that it's fair. He wants to make it so that it talks less about slavery. What does that say to you?
Well, I think it's an effort. It's part of a larger effort to both sanewash and whitewash American history and essentially erase all of the parts and disappear all of the parts that make Americans, that make President Trump uncomfortable, that feel distasteful, that are a reflection of the actual real and horrific parts.
If they were real white supremacists, then they would want to keep slavery up there. If they was real white supremacists, really think about this. Why would they want to let that go? Why would they not want to let go of a time where they just own Black people? They were so white supremacists. Like, that don't even match up to what they're doing. If they were such white supremacists, they would want to keep the Smithsonian there and heavily relying on slavery so they can sit there and be reminded of the good old days if they're such white supremacists.
Of our history. And I find it a little ironic. Earlier today, as I was listening to some of the commentary, my first thought was, wait a second. I wonder if the president has actually ever visited any of the Smithsonian museums. And then I remembered that in 2017, he actually took a tour of the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Let me just play actually what he said during that tour. Listen to this.
I had the privilege of visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture right here in Washington, D.C. It's a new, beautiful Smithsonian museum that serves as a shining example of African Americans' incredible contributions to our culture, our society, and our history. It also tells of the great struggle for freedom and equality that prevailed against the sins of slavery and the injustice of discrimination. The work and love of the people who helped create such a masterpiece is a testament to the legacy of so many leaders it honors.
So was it that he didn't believe what he read from the teleprompter as he recorded that video, or what?
I'm really struggling to understand in a lot of ways, particularly given that the tour that he took with director Lonnie Bunch was actually a reflection of really the mastery that and really the care and the patience that historians, that scholars, that curators put into the Museum of African American History and Culture. It is not just about the horrors of slavery, although it tells that very important story. It actually follows this really brilliant model where you move through the museum and it tells the story not just of enslaved Americans in America, but also of the resilience.
And shout out Steph. She says 2-minute video. You'll like this too. And Chase sent a video. Gotcha.
The triumph. And in doing so, it tells a story that is very much about democracy and about a quest for democracy and the way that Americans both built this country, but also the story and the narrative of like a truly American experience. And so for the president, I think, to just simply erase that and push that away tells it, particularly after praising
truly
it
American
a few years
experience
ago, tells us that this is part of a much larger agenda.
Hold on. Did she really say that? Truly American experience.
Of like a truly American experience.
I mean, is anybody today truly experiencing slavery? Like, I don't know, maybe corporate slavery if you want to be petty, but bro, that's not an experience of today. And that's not an experience that all Americans shared of that history. I mean, like I said, it's not throwing shade over the history, but to call it a truly American experience is crazy. And then when only 2% of white people own slaves, you're damn near acting like every white person had a slave. Like every white person in the middle class had at least one or two. That's not true.
And so for the president, I think, to just simply erase that and push that away tells it, particularly after praising it a few years ago, tells us that this is part of a much larger agenda. This is part of a much larger agenda to erase things that really, I think the country is just refuses to deal with and is really uncomfortable with.
He said, as much by ending this post with, "This country cannot be woke because woke is broke." He says, "We have to have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including our museums." Why is he equating talking about slavery with woke?
Well, look, I think, let me just start this conversation by saying that my personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, reprehensible institution. It was bad what they were doing, completely evil. But like I said, to sit there and loathe on it, to make it seem like, oh, well, white people just owe us this, and the United States owe us that, and we want our reparations, and we want to sit there and hate white people for, we want to hate current day white people for something that not even they great granddad did. Yeah, that's like that's a big problem here. And I mean, every time, black people want to try to win an argument about victimhood, they bring up slavery. My ancestors were slaves for years, even though their granddad wasn't even a slave. We're basically out of those times, and there's really no excuse for your inadequacy. But they'll bring up slavery every trip.
We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a country.
Fought a war where, well, guess what? White people and black people lost their lives to end slavery, both sides. And here's the thing: is like I said, it's like, well, let's talk about the good, bad, and the ugly. But not just the bad and the ugly.
And that was a necessary thing that happened, and a lot of people died, and we did eradicate it, and that's a good thing. I think what he's asking is, in our museums, what defines us? Are we going to be defined by the worst moment? Or the worst institution, or the worst mistake we ever made?
I mean, yeah, that's what they want, because they want you to, but here's the thing, these liberal blacks be like, no, we want you to always be in an apologetic state, like always be apologizing to us, and because of slavery. And I mean, that's the problem. That's why the black community kind of pushed everybody into this quarter where they're telling y'all to get over it. That's why, because that's all y'all want to bring up. That's all y'all want to talk about every time y'all don't succeed. Now everybody telling y'all to get the fuck over it, and now y'all do, because we're not hearing it no more. I'm not even hearing it no more, and I have ancestors that were slaves, and I'm tired of hearing about it. And guess what? Even my parents are tired of hearing about it, because we didn't experience slavery. Actually, it's kind of pitiful to sit there and bitch about it when our ancestors fought so hard for us to be in this position, but yet we're still bitching about it.
Or are we going to be defined by what we've done moving forward to get over it and to become the greatest nation on the earth? My belief is that he wants to look at these museums, not because he wants to do away with the idea that slavery occurred, but that he wants to ask a very simple question. Are we going to present ourselves as being exceptional or not? And I think he believes there is an effort by some to continue to try to define us from our worst moment, instead of try to focus and define us based on our best moments, which started when we eradicated slavery and began to move forward as the light of the world. And so that's what I think.
Museums, that's what makes us an exceptional nation, is because they tell the history and the story of our country, and therefore, these horrible, horrific moments in our history. The original sin, as Abby talked about, when it comes to slavery, has we of course did eradicate it, but look where we've come today. And I think those museums, like to your point.
Yeah, look where we come today. I mean, we don't got slavery. Now, like I said, if you want to be petty and say, well, I'm a corporate slave, well, cry me a river. But yeah, we came a long way where honestly, everybody has equal opportunity. And that's the problem with this whole slavery BS, because of this whole, everybody want to get hung up on slavery. We got black people that truly think that they do not have the same opportunity as white people, Asian people, Indian people. They want to sit there, well, my people were slaves, so that just discounts me to have any opportunity like they do, and I'm just a victim and want cry me a river.
Make America exceptional, and in museums all around the world that document atrocities, whether it be, from Nazi Germany to eradicating slavery here in the United States, you have to learn the lessons of the past, and to deny it is to defend it.
I don't think he's denying it.
And nobody's denying it. That's the problem. To deny, like, nobody's saying, oh, slavery never happened. That'd be crazy. We're saying pretty much that, we're not really trying to define ourselves in this moment, in that moment in history, and neither should black people. Like, you should not be defining yourselves as just slaves. Like, is that all you guys are? Is that all you guys are ever going to think about? You guys just past slaves, or are you going to move on from that? You're always gonna have a slave mentality, or you're always gonna be like, oh, my ancestors were slaves, even though they fought so hard to put me in a nice freed position. I mean, I just don't get it.
But you may want to comment on this as well. But I think what he wants to ask is a simple question. As we present our history, are we spending most of our time focused on something terrible? Are we going to spend more time as we enter our 250th anniversary focused on what this country has done to improve the lives of every single person?
He's like, don't address the white, yellow, and Indians either, man.
Who lives here. We are the light of the world for a reason, because we're an improving
the question
commodity.
I ask when I hear you say that is, why? I mean, the idea that slavery happened, it's hard to understand what we've overcome if you don't even talk about what it was. You know, I think that kind of
I mean, we've overcome the systematic cattle slavery of black people. And honestly, I mean, like the reckless breeding of them and all that good stuff. Yeah, that's what we overcame, and we stopped that, and we moved on to where we don't do that to nobody in America. So yeah, that's the lesson. We understood we were wrong. I mean, the American history understood that they were wrong, but they moved on from it. We stopped it. And here's the thing: we stopped it at. Now it's gonna sound effed up, but let's be real. They low-key stopped slavery at their own benefit. Now, I'm be honest, slavery was getting kind of hard to maintain with guys like Nat Turner out there going from plantation to plantation taking heads, but it was still economically beneficial. It still had its benefits. So to sit there and be like, you know what, on the morality of it, we're just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna go ahead and cut it, and to go ahead and stabilize the union and all this good stuff. Let's just do what's best, and that's what happened. And we were a better country for it.
Waters down the whole.
I don't think anybody is proposing that we ignore that it happened.
I think that the problem is that there are people, and Scott used the term a couple of times, and I don't think it was meant with any type of ill intent, but he said, you know, we got over it. And I think that's the problem. I think that there are a lot of people in this country who believe that for some reason we got over it. I mean, the fact is that American chattel slavery is vastly different than what Jillian Michaels and others talk about when they talk about slavery around the world. I mean, the chattel slavery system that we had was extremely transactional. It was actually codified in law, and it was based upon the color and race, as you so eloquently pointed out in your opening. And so not only when you think about that portion of where we are, 26 of our first 30 Supreme Court justices own slaves. The people who are on our money every single day own slaves.
Yeah,
United States presidents, members of the United States Congress own slaves.
True. And they gave us this constitutional republic that you are a free man under, and not a communist system or a socialist system. So, I mean, like I say, you got to take the good with the bad sometimes.
Lehman Brothers, we're not far from Wall Street, own slaves. Brooks Brothers suits that we wear own slaves. So not only are we talking about the epicenter and the foundation of where our country was built.
I mean, bro, if you want to disconnect yourself from everything that was that involves slavery, I mean, you're, like I said, you're being petty, and it's pettiness. It's like, well, this guy owns slaves. This was slaves. It's like, then we can never move on from it. That's the problem with guys like this. How can we ever move on and be better as a community if you're crying about, oh, I'm wearing a shirt, and the people who owned it own slaves? It's like, bro, why don't you go out there and go make yourself a damn suit company if you're worried about your suit company owner owning slaves back in the day? I mean, bro, like, come on now. If you're just gonna draw everything back to slavery, then there's really no getting to you guys. Yeah, you guys are always gonna hang your hat up on slavery and why things are so unfair for black people, even though we have all the opportunity in the world.
We have to acknowledge that. But even more importantly, and this is where I believe that Scott and I can find agreement on this issue. Breon and Megan Walker, two of my best friends in the world. Their dad was the first African-American SGA president at the University of South Carolina, right? He was an exec at IBM, but he was one of the first, right? We're still talking about first that emerged and stood on those shoulders. I tell the story often about my mom and dad. My mom helped desegregate high schools in Hamilton.
And bro, we love that. But here's the thing, though. We've progressed. And you're kind of actually admitting to my point that, yeah, we've progressed. We've got black people out here doing amazing things. So to sit here and just hang up on slavery all day is like, it doesn't really make too much sense to me when we're, like I said, I understand highlighting the history of it, telling the complete and whole story of it. but not trying to convince these kids that they should have a victim mentality of it. And I'm talking about Black kids have a victim mentality and white people have a guilt mentality, or they feel guilted because of slavery. It's like, stop that. Like, that is not how we should be teaching slavery as a way. You should feel a victim about it, and you should over here should feel guilty about it. Yeah, both sides are sick of the bullshit, to be quite honest with you.
High school in Memphis, Tennessee, my dad shot in the Orangeburg massacre. This is a part of my story. This isn't some faint, distant history. Yeah. And so the reason I bring that up is because I think that American exceptionalism talks about the fact that Black folk enslaved folk help build this country for what it is. They built Washington, D.C., but all of us are around this table. Abby, myself, all of us, not just Abby and myself, all of us are around this table because of the sacrifices and the blood and the sweat and the tears these people poured in.
Yeah, I know. And it's kind of disrespectful how we just keep bringing this up like they didn't overcome it already. Like, we're complaining about battles that we already won. And here's the thing, is keeping us stagnant on the battles that we've yet to conquer yet, like the problem in the Black community. You kind of see where I'm going with this. Is like, that's why I say we need to move the F on, because it's leaving us stagnant with the problems of today. But I mean, hey, though, no, I don't want to hear that. Y'all just want to sit here and bitch about slavery. It's kind of pathetic, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is.
That one of the reasons for his
let's get to a more comedic spin of
museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery.
Wait. Actually, hold on. I got to be real. I got to do this for my man, for Chase. And shout out Steph for pretty much donating for my man Chase to play the video. Shout out to PragerU. Let's get right into it.
What's the difference between a liberal and a leftist? This question stumps most people because they think liberal and left are essentially the same. But they're not. In fact, liberalism and leftism have almost nothing in common. But the left has appropriated the word liberal so effectively, almost everyone, liberals, leftists, and conservatives, thinks they are synonymous. But they're not. Let me offer you 6 examples.
And shout out to my man Vlastine, the freedom to sing about WAP and get rich. Bruh, like I said, trust me, we got all the freedom in the world, but like I said, the ones that don't make it want to complain about it. And what I say about the Black community, all we listen to is the complainers and entertainers.
1, race. This is probably the most obvious difference between liberal and left. The liberal position on race has always been A, the color of a person's skin is insignificant, and B, those who believe race is significant are racists. Meanwhile, the left believes the very opposite. To the left, and B, those who believe race is significant are racists. Meanwhile, the left believes the very opposite. To the left, it's the liberal attitude toward race. It's unimportant. That is racist. That's why the University of California officially lists the statement, there is only one race, the human race, as racist. And liberals have always been passionately committed to racial integration, while the left is increasingly committed to racial segregation, such as all Black dormitories and separate Black graduations at universities. 2, capitalism. Liberals have always been pro-capitalism because liberals are committed to free enterprise and because they know capitalism is the only way to lift great numbers of people out of poverty. It is true that liberals want government to play a bigger role in the economy than conservatives.
I mean, yeah, that's why I kind of say, I used to be a liberal. Well, because part of the group considered a liberal until they just kind of went off the cliff. And some of the liberals who are supposed to be pro-capitalist, like I was, and like I said, back in the day, I was voting Dem. I was a Dem. So they kind of did walk away from me when some of the liberal homies are just like preaching socialism. I'm just looking at them kind of crazy. Like, you know what? Look, back in the days of high school or of college, when Bernie was talking about free college, I get it. But now I feel like we didn't grown past that, and some of us didn't. But hey, it is what it is. And shout out to said 2-minute video you like on this. Second, and Chance sent the video. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read it, Steph.
And because they know capitalism is the only way to lift great numbers of people out of poverty. It is true that liberals want government to play a bigger role in the economy than conservatives do. But liberals never opposed capitalism, and they were never for socialism.
All right.
Opposition to capitalism and advocacy of socialism are left-wing values. 3, nationalism. Liberals believe in the nation state, whether that nation is the United States, Brazil, or France. But because the left divides the world by class rather than by national identity, the left has always opposed nationalism. So, while liberals have always wanted to protect American sovereignty and borders, the left is for open borders. When the writers of Superman were liberals, Superman was a proud American whose very motto was truth, justice, and the American way. But that all changed a few years ago when left-wing writers took over the comic strip and had Superman renounce his American citizenship to be a citizen of the world. Wow. The left has contempt for nationalism, seeing it as the road to fascism. Better that we should all be citizens of the world in a world without borders.
Yeah, because on the other side of it, because on the far end of nationalism, on the other side of nationalism is globalism. So you're a nationalist, leads towards more of a nationalist perspective. We have like pride in your country and all that good stuff in the nation state. And then there's the globalist idea where you believe you guys should be of the world, which is honestly not good at all. I mean, multiculturalism, think about it like that. And think about how well that's working for some of these European countries and ours alone.
4, view of America. Liberals have always venerated America. Watch American films from the 1930s through the 1950s, and you will be watching overtly patriotic, America-celebrating films.
True.
Virtually all produced, directed, and acted by liberals. Liberals were quite aware of America's imperfections, but they agreed with Abraham Lincoln that America is the last best hope of Earth. The left, however, believes the left is the last best hope of Earth and regards America as racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, violent, and imperialistic. 5, free speech.
Well,
no one has been more committed than American liberals to the famous statement, "I wholly disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it." But the left is leading the first widespread suppression of free speech in modern American history. From the universities, to the tech companies that govern the internet, to almost every other institution and place of work.
So we could pretty much call Donald Trump a liberal at that point. You can damn near call Donald Trump a liberal. And now that's how I damn near see myself, as the way he's describing it. I would see myself as a liberal as well.
Of course, the left claims to only oppose hate speech. But putting aside the fact that the left deems hate speech anything it differs with, protecting what you or I might consider hate speech is the entire point of free speech. 6, Western civilization. Liberals have always championed and sought to protect Western civilization. Liberals celebrate the West's unique moral, philosophical, artistic, musical, and literary achievements, and have taught them at virtually every university. The most revered liberal in American political history, President Franklin Roosevelt, often cited the need to protect Western civilization and even Christian civilization. Yet when President Donald Trump spoke of the need to protect Western civilization in a speech in Warsaw, the left-wing media, also known as the mainstream media, denounced him. They argue that Western civilization is no better than any other, and that Western civilization is just...
Oh yeah, all cultures are equal. That BS.
It's a euphemism for white supremacy. So then, if liberalism and leftism are so different, why don't liberals oppose the left? In a nutshell, because they have been taught all their lives to fear the right. But as one of the best-known liberals in America, Harvard Law School professor Alan Dershowitz said, "As a liberal, as an American, and as a Jew, I far more fear the left."
Epstein's lawyer, but I mean, he's a damn good lawyer, I'll tell you that.
Than the right. Dear liberals, conservatives are not your enemy.
Swear.
The left is. I'm Dennis Prager.
I promise you. But then again, though, like most guys who consider themselves liberals, I don't think they have that understanding themselves, Mr. Dennis. It's like Prager. I don't think they have that understanding. Like, I doubt any liberal who claims themselves to be a liberal. they don't see themselves as that, like a pro-capitalist, but they see themselves as big gov for sure, but not pro-capitalism. They see themselves as big gov and heavy socialism. I mean, if that's how this man sees it, that's the actual definition of liberalism, which I believe it to be, then yeah, but his I'm gonna be real with you, his message of liberalism, what he defined it as, which is true, that's the actual definition of liberalism according to history and how liberals have moved throughout the past, then the left who claim themselves to be liberal aren't liberal at all. They're just not, and they don't believe in any real liberal policies. They just hide behind liberalism because of what the old value of liberalism entails. So they hide behind an ideology or a label that they don't even believe in. Wild. But all right, though, let's get into Steven Crowder dunking on CNN quite hilariously.
Was indeed bad.
So let me be honest in saying, in contrast to Trump, slavery is bad. Oh, the premise for this is on Tuesday. President Trump posted on Truth Social. He said, the museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of woke. Woke, the last one. Vestiges, last ones. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. We are not going to allow this to happen, and I have instructed my attorneys to go through the museums and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities, where tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be woke because woke is broke. Hugs, not slugs. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museums. So, before we get, do we have the first Abby clip, or we're just going to go with the video? The whole video?
You want to set it up with her meltdown?
Okay, so we'll set this. So he was saying, and to be really clear, these museums just focus on slavery and not the great success, also ending slavery, not the optimistic future that America offers, which is why more people want in this country than anywhere else. I want to ask you this. When you read that, did you think at any point that Donald Trump said slavery is good? Or that Donald Trump, President Trump, even implied that slavery wasn't bad? Because that's exactly how Abby Phillip took it when she had her meltdown.
I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race, and that museums put too much focus on the role of white people who participated in that terrible institution.
Let's just cut. Okay, look. She uploaded this, and it didn't go how she thought it was going to go because these people live in an echo chamber, and they're completely tone deaf. So I'm going to go through this in real time, just to be clear, and point by point, why everything she says is wrong, it's dishonest, it's misleading, and Americans are tired of it. Let's just start playing the upload from Abby herself, thinking, hey, this is convincing.
Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate that reflects the very real differences that exist in this country. It's what echo chambers in our society fail to do, frankly. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery was indeed bad.
Pause. See what she just did there? This is how she starts it off. By the way, she starts it off by saying someone here said that we can't just attribute slavery to one race. That's true, though. That's true. I don't know if you know this, but slavery is practiced by every race on the planet, except for right now in 2025, white people, Western civilization. It's practiced by Asians. It's practiced by Arabs. It's practiced all across the continent of Africa. So you can say that that's offensive somehow, but it's accurate. And right here she goes, we don't want echo chambers. This echo chamber is not a good thing. We want real debate and the real differences. So let me be honest in saying, in contrast to Trump, slavery is bad. Oh, looks to me like you're in an echo chamber because somehow you think that Donald Trump, or wait, maybe you don't, you're lying and want to misrepresent President Trump's position as though in any fashion, state, form, he implied that slavery was okay. Let's keep playing.
Was evil. the nation's original sin. And it is impossible to understand the true history of this country without fully grappling with slavery's impact.
Pause. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. It is impossible to understand the history of the United States without first understanding the history of the world. That's important. You want to start off with the United States, but that's kind of, not kind of, it's entirely disingenuous. Let me just sort of make the case.
I mean, let's be real. When we talk about like United States history, we don't just start off at, well, the Pilgrims just came to America and I mean, here they are. No, we talk about why they left, what circumstances they left under, what were they facing, on why they came here. Like, yeah, we start with world history and then we get into American history, like, because world history leads into American history. Like, that's the problem.
Here, throughout all of human history, the world practiced slavery. That's why it happened in the United States. The world practiced slavery. The world enslaved people. The world then sold those slaves to the one country who had the conscience and enshrined it into their constitution that they were uniquely going to end this evil. So you want to start with the United States. Let's start with the world, because then when you add up 1,000 years of civilization, it's kind of unique. It's kind of unique that a free country, that a new country in the span of only a couple of hundred years ended something that went on for thousands of years everywhere else, including the cradle of civilization. I should also, one caveat, sorry. We ended it here in the Western world, because I don't know if you know this, it's still the way of the world outside of your privileged bubble. 50 million slaves on earth today, more than ever in human history. How do you think that happens? You think maybe an understanding of world history might give you some context? Let's keep playing.
Simply because of their birthplace and the color of their skin, the bodies and spirits of Black men, women, and children were exploited for profit and power.
Pause. By whom? By whom? Who exploited? Let me ask you this. Who exploited them? Who enslaved them before selling them? Who actually captured them, beat them, and enslaved them? That's right, people in Africa. By the way, also because of the color of their skin, who was enslaved? Black people, just to be clear. People were enslaving their own people. So this idea that people were enslaved exclusively because of their race, well, hold on a second. How does that make sense when Arabs were enslaving Arabs, when Asians were enslaving Asians, and when Africans, Black Africans, were enslaving Black Africans? Who profited? Who exploited? Yeah, slavery's bad, of course. We ended it. I think we kind of deserve credit for that. We did something. White Americans did something that Black Africans never did. And still.
Yep, there are still slaves in Africa today. Like 50 million slaves, and most of them are in Africa, in lithium mines, picking lithium so you can ghost ride a Tesla.
All across Africa have yet to do. Who's the exploiter? Who is the guilty party? The purveyor, the actual owner of the slaves selling them, or the consumer who at that point is taking part in practice in the way of the world throughout all of human history? Let's continue.
Were forced onto ships, bound by shackles and collars that ripped off their skin. One older man just...
Shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, Seth had a short 2-minute video for you as well. Oh, all right, got you.
Described it as iron entering our souls. Some chose to jump into the waters infested with sharks rather than feel that iron.
Pause. That's also disingenuous. He wasn't able to swim. The sharks were incidental. Continue.
Now, once they arrived on this very soil, they were forced to work by way of the whip, despite being starved, sleep deprived, threatened, tortured, physically and psychologically. They were auctioned off, humiliated, fearful, and separated from their families and their children. Black women and girls were raped and sexually assaulted. Many were brutally murdered and mutilated.
Pause. Okay, look, all of that, of course, is horrible. And I'm glad that it's ended here in the United States and the Western world. I would like to see it end in the cradle of civilization where it still takes place. Who forced them onto ships? You say auctioned off. Why don't you talk about how they got it? They were auctioned off. They were auctioned off before they were forced onto ships. I get it. This is horrible treatment. Is it worse than the treatment of the enslavers in the cradle of civilization, by the way, where again, it still happens?
Yeah, probably worse.
Wouldn't you at least give credit to, if you have two parties who are equally immoral and reprehensible in their treatment, wouldn't you prefer the party who had one of the bloodiest wars of all time to end it? Oh, that's right. Sorry. We're including the context of world history. By the way, just to be clear, I know I'm moving too fast for you, Abby. Slavery's bad. No one's saying that slavery is good. This is, the word you like to use, nuance. We wouldn't want an echo chamber. Let's continue.
Now, this endured for decades.
But all right, now before we get into that part, though, let's get into Steph's video that she sent. Shout out, Steph. Let me go ahead and play this real quick.
The Republican Party.
Oh, wow. All right, hold on, Steph. Well, it's not going on full screen, so let me go ahead and switch back here for you real quick. Let me go ahead and fix that.
Centuries. And even in the places where slavery was not legal, institutions from our banks to universities were built on enslaved labor.
Pause.
In both the North and in the South.
Okay. Here's where I'm going to lose some of you because we're not supposed to say what I'm about to say.
I mean, she's probably going to say what I said when I was reacting to it. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to Steph's videos real quick. Shout out to this lady right here. Hopefully she's dropping some facts. You never know. Hey.
The Republican Party to slavery and racism. Don't forget to show them this. 13th Amendment abolished slavery. It was 100% Republican support, 23% Democratic support. 14th Amendment gives citizenship to freed slaves, 94% Republican support. 15th Amendment, the right to vote for all, 100% Republican support, 0% Democratic support. The Republican Party was founded in a tiny little schoolhouse in Wisconsin in 1854. The purpose was to stop Democrats from expanding slavery across America. Every American should remember this. And the next time that they blame the white man for only being the one who held their ancestors as slaves.
I always do say that. I'm like, bro, y'all literally acting like, bro, like Africa wasn't doing it as well. You take out the whole context of history, and then, like I said, you act like there was no white people out there that were against it from the beginning. Like there was white people that as soon as the slaves touched America, they was like, hey, yo, this is wrong. And we don't give those guys no credit.
Remind them of this guy, Anthony Johnson, the father of American slavery. Anthony Johnson was a black slave owner. Black Americans sold other black Americans.
Yes, we did. I mean, and the thing is, I think he was one of the ones that even the white slave masters had to be like, hey, yo, chill on your people, dog. I thought these were your people. You the one, you doing them worse than we are. Yeah, so we're talking about white slave masters pulling a black slave master to the side, going like, hey, I ain't gonna lie, bro, you need to chill. It's crazy.
As slaves all over the world. And in America, free blacks owned over 10,000 black slaves. I wonder why we never hear about this in the media. In almost every state, including South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and Louisiana, free blacks owned as many as 10,000 slaves in 1850. It's important we don't let people forget this. And if you didn't know, now you know. So the next time, like Jasmine Crown.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She had a list of people to go off on about slavery. But now, shout out to my man Jet. So in other words, Whitey learned from their mistakes. Yeah, pretty much. In other words, Whitey learned from their mistakes. It is a bit wild though how we're gonna sit here and pretend like I said, there wasn't white people who was against it. And the way slavery is framed as if everybody was in all white people was in consensus. They was like, oh yeah, this is what we want to do. We're all white supremacists. Let's just let it rock. When there was literally white people starting whole parties, political parties, to stop it.
Not legal. Institutions from our banks to universities.
Dan, can we just get a list of those white people? Come on, give us a list of the real ones then. Give us a list of the real white people so we can celebrate them and be like, all right, kudos to y'all. And then we can villainize the rest of them if we want to be fair about our judgment, right?
Were built on enslaved labor.
Pause.
In both the North and in the South.
Okay. Here's where I'm going to lose some of you because we're not supposed to say what I'm about to say. But it is the God's honest truth. This trope that blacks built America, that black people are responsible for building America. Sure, there were slaves, and sure, they were forced into labor against their will.
I would say this. Black people built America. I'm going to say this. Black people were definitely responsible for the economic success of America. Having free wage and having people work your farms for free and all that good stuff, cotton industry and all that, we're one of the main reasons why America has such substantial wealth. And George Washington being a large slave owner, that's how this man was damn near the billionaire of his time and being able to damn near fund a whole war in country off slavery. So I say, yeah, but slavery, no matter how you want to slice it, it did lead to the economic success of the United States.
They weren't the only ones. Less than 0.3%
that we threw away with reckless spending and debt.
% of the slave population on Earth went to North America, just so you know. So actually far fewer here than, in Africa or in Asia or anywhere else, frankly, in the world. It would be redundant for me to go through it. Is it any place that's not North America? Then the answer is yes. They had more slaves. But here, it was built off the backs of black people. They are responsible for building America. Okay, we have a controlled study here. Okay, slaves in North America, largely black. Not only, but largely black. Slaves in Africa, black. Slave owners in Africa, black.
True.
Slave owners in the United States, white.
Okay.
Why do you think the United States is different? If it was built off the backs of black people, well, then Africa would have a leg up because they have both the slaves and the slave owners are black. They should be super America. They should be far ahead of the game. So maybe in the United States, it was built up in spite of taking part in the world history practiced slave trade, not because of it. If both continents have slaves, and only one has white slave owners who, at the inception of this country.
Now, this is where I have to poke a hole in my man's logic. This is part where only part I disagree. I'd be like, bro, slavery did not really lead to the economic success of any of these countries. And they weren't utilizing their slaves like Americans were. They were just trading slaves around for money. It was a slave trade for a reason. And they weren't really using them for large industrial projects like, we were here in America. Which is like I said, a reason why America became such an economic superpower early in its birth.
He said, we have the intent at some point to end this slavery, but couldn't do it yet because really hadn't been thought of. And the other country has black slave owners. What's the difference? Why do we say only black people built America? And why haven't black people built America in Africa? Something colonialism. Let's go.
And for many of the white Americans who did not personally.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I do like how the dudes try to gloss over the whole colonialism argument. And that's why I kind of do give my black liberals some credit on. I'm like, well, let's keep it real. If you guys didn't interfere with these countries at all, they would be in a lot better place. And you guys did ransack these guys for the resources, and you didn't let them have any way to prosper off it. I mean, that's what France was doing to Nigeria. Actually, European countries still do this to African countries till this day, where they just pillage them for their resources and don't let the people benefit off them and kind of force them into force them into slavery. I mean, bro, they had kids in the uranium mines in Nigeria, because of France kind of honestly, one putting in a fake type of government in there, a BS leader who was letting their country get pillaged. So, yeah, I mean, as much as y'all want to kind of skate over the whole colonial argument, I mean, if we do go deeper into that argument, they kind of have a point.
They owned slaves. They benefited from a caste system that concentrated wealth and political power in their hands.
Pause. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is the no-win scenario because, as we know, we heard Joy Reid talk about this earlier in the week. Those who have...
I mean, damn near it's kind of the same reason why Haiti failed today. Colonialism. White people, no offense, but... European countries think that they can know what's best for some black country, installing a leader in there that nobody voted for. And then when it gets thrown over, it goes to anarchy. Well, we just blame the people.
Benefited from white privilege. Those who have benefited from white supremacy, meaning even if you are not one, but you're white, need to sit down and shut up because Harriet Tubman was actually harmed by being helped from white people who were the benefactors of white supremacy. So I guess in this case, we're kind of glad that they did, that the people who benefited from it fought the bloodiest war in history to end it. Also, let's look at this logically. If the people who still stood to benefit from slavery, meaning the people who didn't take part in it, but were in a country where it was practiced, decided to end it, wouldn't that tell you that the United States, in contrast to the rest of the world, was such a deeply moral people of such great conviction that despite their own selfish interests, they were going to die to free people in the name of doing what is right? And by the way, how do they know what's right? Because they followed Judeo-Christian principles. Oh, wait, maybe that's why you still haven't seen the crisis of conscience from the noble black slave owners in Africa. Doesn't that deserve credit? And I know you'll say, oh, the British Empire. The British Empire, technically, if you want to say.
I remember back in the day, what was that? Find Coney ad where there was this warlord in Africa, literally out there taking African children, literally enslaving them, making them become soldiers. I mean, making them become soldiers by making them heartless, make them kill their parents, and then make them become child soldiers. And this is happening in Africa. And I'm just like, God damn. I'm like, well.
That ended slavery but they weren't even talking about it before it was a conversation here, and there were still plenty of indentured servants throughout the British Empire after we actually freed the slaves. It was the way of the world. And to me, something, if you want to, hey, this is what Donald Trump is saying. What about the optimism? What about the hope? What about the contributions to the world? If you don't look at the rest of the world and you just blame the United States as though it's the original sin, you don't understand that the only reason people are free, and they're only free in the Western civilized world, is because of the United States, something that never would have happened and still hasn't happened. The continent of Africa, Asia, and by the way,
Gaddafi actually was trying to create an Africa, basically a United States of Africa, but I mean, he tried and we killed him for it because that would mean he'd have to get off the American dollar, and we weren't risking that. We weren't risking that at all. So we just took him out the game. Like I said, I mean, it's not like these countries haven't tried. It's just for some reason we just kind of get in the way of it. Like, it's either us or Europe. One of us is going to go ahead and get in the way of these African countries' development. Not saying that it's always us, because a lot of these guys get in the way of themselves. But let me be quite honest. The guys who are closest to reaching our level, we kind of do get in the way
of Europe. Let's let her finish this out.
When we acknowledge the existence of Black people who operated George Washington's Mount Vernon or the Black hands that built the White House, we are acknowledging the existence, the perseverance, and the contributions of the souls that white supremacy sought to erase. Those people built families, they developed a culture, they were the keepers of the faith, cultivators of community. And they are the ones who deserve credit for forcing America to rid itself of the stain of slavery.
Hold on, let me finish this. I'm going to say something that's going to piss a lot of people off. Using her premise, right? Because they were under the shackles, and white supremacy is the reason for slavery. White supremacy is the reason for slavery. Okay, that again is just illogical when you understand that non-white people practice slavery. But then you would have to argue.
I mean, yeah, slavery was an economic thing. Like, if you really think that's like white people just enslaved black people because, well, one, yeah, they did think they were better than us, but this did it just to do it, just for the hell of it. No, you're wrong. There was economic advantages to having slaves. I'm sure you could imagine. I mean, if you bought a slave right now in modern day and you told him, yo, you're about to go at my job, go work these hours, but you're about to give me a full check, I'm pretty sure you would enjoy that. Let's say you had 5, 6 of these guys doing that for you. You would enjoy that. Or if you owned a company or a business and instead of hiring people, you just go buy you some slaves. You have a whole 3, 4 shifts filled up by slaves and all the money gets taken to you. You can see where that'd be heavily profitable.
Or you would have to accept, rather, that if the United States is based on white supremacy and that's the reason for slavery, American white supremacy is the reason that any black people are free. Because blacks in Africa weren't going to do it. And if it's so white supremacy based, let me ask you another question. Why is the only race of people on the planet in 2025, the only race of people who don't engage in slavery, white people? Black people do it, Asian people do it, Arabic people do it.
Yep, that's true. I mean, Arabic people do it. I mean, for sure. Like, if you go out there in Qatar, boy, that's how these boys are so rich in Qatar, boy. They got slaves out there in Qatar, so they got that Saudi money off slavery. But yeah, China, they do it. I mean, Indonesia, sure, yeah, the Asians, they definitely do it as well, especially when it comes to their fishing industry? Yeah, they trick a lot of people into slavery. And then if you don't go there and work on that fish boat, they'll beat your ass to death. I mean, I believe I played a story on it on the live before. So yeah, a lot of places practice slavery except for, well, the white countries. I know, right? Now, not every African country out there is practicing slavery, but there are African countries out there that are still practicing slavery. I mean, I think it's Sudan. Oh, when I made that joke that Obama bombed Sudan back to slavery, I mean, I wasn't joking.
One exception. Western white civilization, the cradle of white supremacy, according to you, is the only reason that any slaves were freed, and that anywhere in the world, which is exclusively reserved to the Western civilized world, that slavery no longer exists. Sounds to me like if you're a black slave still in Africa today in 2025, one of the 50 million people, or one of the Asian sex slaves right now on the planet, one of 50 million people, you could use a whole lot more white supremacy.
50 million people are slaves today, confirmed. And it's just like, hey, most of them are in Africa, and then the other good amount of them are in Asia. But you know where they don't got slavery at without you getting in trouble for real? Good old USA in Europe.
Hope you see that white supremacy cavalry coming over that hill. They're making changes now, to be clear, at these museums, because some of the slavery exhibits, I will grant, my white guild talking, are tough to look at.
Whoa, really? Made a picture of the guy who the back was just slashed up. Look at it and remember the horror, as they would want you to be. I know, right?
And you know, I get it. I wouldn't want to look at that either, which is exactly why they're making changes. I mean, it'd been funny if you were a little quicker there.
I mean, the timing does help.
Come on. He looks like, he got over it.
A nice ice cream now.
Ice cream fixes a lot of things, maybe not everything. Just
all right.
You had some things to say there, Joe?
He absolutely did. Listen, slavery was okay.
You had to.
I don't agree with him. You heard him. I don't agree with it.
You had to go with mint chocolate chip.
Yeah, exactly. Come on. You do something.
My favorite.
Man, he's like, can't call them slaves today. They call them immigrants. I mean, and that was a banger line right there. I like what you did right there with that. I like where you're going, my friend. I like where you're going.
This argument, President Trump is making a very reasonable argument because here's how I know. Here's how I know. Nobody was shocked at what they saw. Nobody's shocked by that picture. Nobody's shocked by the stats that she was showing, or ships with people, or jumping overboard because of the iron in the soul. Nobody's shocked by that because we know it. We hate that it happened.
Right.
But we're over it. Taught. What he's saying is, hey, can we teach that while also teaching that white people fought a bloody war that nearly killed our country to make sure it didn't happen anymore? Can we also teach that we have fought for 160 plus years to make the very best of this situation that we possibly could? And it has cost people's lives. It has cost people's comfort. It's cost everything that they can lay on the line post-Emancipation Proclamation to make sure that this country achieved the purpose for which it was founded. Can we just admit that? And by the way, if that's not enough, it's been over 160 years, black people. Get over it and move on. Okay, I feel better.
Yeah, well.
I can't believe I'm the most tame person here on the subject.
I mean,
they wanted a
I actually feel out of place.
It just pisses.
Like I said, best thing to do, move on to more current problems like our birth rate. I don't know, epidemic of women not having kids, men going to jail. Let's get some jobs back in our community by cleaning up our community. I mean, there's more pressing matters than to worry about slavery, to be quite honest with you. I mean, 160 years ago versus it's happening today, but that's just me. I guess I just care about what's happening today than what happened 160 years ago, because what happened 160 years ago for sure is not going to affect what I have to do today to progress. But hey, it is what it is.
Yesterday,
as much as you want to have the delusion that it will, it don't.
President Trump announced yesterday that he's drafting an executive order aimed at banning mail-in ballots.
It's not clear when that will happen. And yes, it will likely face legal challenges if and when he does. But the president said that the topic came up actually during his Friday meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin, smart guy, said you can't have an honest election with mail-in voting. And he said there's not a country in the world that uses it now. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots.
See how you
And
got
we,
finesse.
as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots.
Mail-in ballots are not corrupt. Election experts have been very clear. There's no
I
evidence.
mean, look, come on now. Especially when you guys are sending ballots. I mean, let's be real. If somebody used to live in your apartment, your place, you could go ahead and get a mail-in ballot from them and go ahead and sign that ballot and send it in. And there you go. A slight election fraud.
Of widespread mail-in ballot fraud or widespread voter fraud, period. And other countries, there are a slew of other countries that do use some form of mail-in ballots. Still, how do voters feel about this right now, since this is a topic that the president's going to continue to push? Harry Enton is here and is checking the numbers for us. How do voters in general feel about mail-in voting?
Yeah, I'll be real with you. I don't think that a lot of people are really thinking too logically about mail-in voting and how easy it is to, make fraudulent or how easy it is to corrupt. They kind of care more about the conveniency of not having to go out to the polls, and they can just sit on their ass and wait for the mail to come and boom, bada bing, they're done. Yeah, I mean, people would rather have that conveniency than the protection for some reason. But hey, it is what it is.
Feel that Donald Trump is full of BS. What are we talking about here? Let's take a look here. Allow anyone to vote earlier by absentee. In 2020, it was about 2/3. You get 65%. Years after years after years that Donald Trump has been complaining about mail-in voting. Where'd the numbers stand in 2024? Basically the same.
I'm crying. Shout out to Vlasted. He says, so since you're a taxpayer, that means you pay your own reparations? Well, I guess. I mean, shoot. Oh man, that'd be tough. That'd be tough to be paying my own reparations, but I guess that's the way the system is set up.
60% of voters say that anyone should be allowed to vote either early or by absentee.
Hold on, man. Seeing that I get no government assistance, actually, I don't even get reparations for real.
Without needing an excuse. And that actually includes, get this, even 37% of Republicans. You have a substantial portion of Republicans who believe that voters should be back allowed to vote either early or absentee without an excuse. So the bottom line is the American people aren't with Donald Trump. They think he's full of it.
Well, and this gets back to the 2020 election is where the basis of this comes from. And because in the president's false view that it was that this
it's
led
so
to
crazy
him,
it's tough to
that,
get
no
out.
that this led to him losing the election, that he actually did win the election. So he says, still, regardless, I digress. How do voters feel about the 2020 election now?
Yeah, exactly right. This is all based upon the Fugazi idea that Biden didn't legitimately win the election. But again, voters think that Donald Trump is full of it. Biden's 2020 election was legit. Look at this. In December of 2020, look at that. It was 60%. In December of 2024, again, after Donald Trump has been arguing year after year after year that somehow that the election wasn't legit, which of course everybody who knows what they're talking about disagrees with them on because the election was legit. The voters are with the side of truth in this situation. 63% of them believe that Biden's win was legit, despite the garbage coming out of Donald Trump's mouth.
But what specifically about mail-in voting regarding 2020?
I mean, of course, we're not going to address the obvious corruption in mail-in voting because they want it to be legit. They have to write on it. That they can't walk that back. Even if the 2020 election was proven to be fraudulent, I mean, they still wouldn't walk it back. I mean, look how they're playing tug of war, Russiagate. Like it's being disproven all over, and you guys are still holding on to it, holding on strong. Actually, when y'all can't defend it, you just want to say that we're distracting from the Epstein list. So, I mean, it's a lose-lose game at that point. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, let alone the ones that get lost in the mail. Exactly. Get lost in the mail or found by somebody who just wants their candidate to win.
And 2024.
Right, exactly. So let's talk about mail-in voting, right? Mail votes counted as the voters intended. Voters who are confident that that was the case. 59% of voters were, in fact, confident, the clear majority in 2020. And, of course, we just had an election in 2024. Look at that. 75% of voters believe that, in fact, the mail votes were counted as intended. And of course, this rise in confidence is due to Republicans going from 19% to 72%. I just think that this whole idea that Donald Trump is trying to push really just doesn't stay with the American people. He should move on to other issues and shouldn't be taking political advice from Vladimir Putin, who I can't remember the last time he won a Democratic election.
That's a good point. Thanks, Harry.
Thank
John?
you.
Crying.
With us now, Rebecca Carruthers, CEO of Fair Elections, a national voting rights organization. Thanks so much
That was
for
actually
being
a
with
good
us.
point.
If mail-in voting were...
He's like, I wouldn't take I wouldn't take no voting advice from Vladimir when he had to ever have to win an election. The man came to power, but hey, it is what it is. But like I said, let's be real. We're not going to sit here and act like taking out mail-in voting wouldn't, add more security to the voting process. Let's not sit here and play stupid. It would be inconvenient. People would have to do more, but it would add that extra security layer to it.
To go away. Who gets hurt? Who depends on it?
So there are so many people, millions of people in our country who relies on mail-in votings, the ability to mail-in ballots. When we think about people who live in rural areas where their closest polling location.
But all right, guys, let's get over to one of the most powerful women in Trump's administration. And I just know it's not Susie Wilds. I mean, it ain't Pam Bondi. Lord knows that. Shoot, it ain't even Press Secretary Leavitt. It is Laura Loomer. Yes, Laura Loomer, the lady who says that if you're not Israel first, you're not America first. Yeah, no. But yeah, Laura Loomer. I mean, the person that was able to walk into a room and get Mike Walls fired. Laura Loomer. Very, very important political figure in the Trump administration. Really holds more power than some of the people in Trump's administration. It's kind of wild. But full on Trump loyalist, like through and through, like more of a Trump loyalist than Pam Bondi.
Well, it's great to have you, and you've been really very special. You work hard, and you are a very opinionated lady. I have to tell you that, and in my opinion, I like that.
Well, I
appreciate
that.
All of your support, and you've been terrific, and everybody appreciates you. So
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to sit with you today. It's a pleasure. You're the best. I love you.
Love you. I was back in August 2023, and Donald Trump and Laura Loomer's relationship has been going strong ever since. He does not seem to be so concerned that she describes herself as an, quote, Islamophobe and pro-white nationalist. In fact, this is how close they are. During the campaign,
Islamophobe for sure. Pro-white nationalist? No, not really.
Traveled on his private plane to the debate and the 9/11 memorial in New York, which is particularly crazy because she publicly claims 9/11 was an inside job. Trump even thought about hiring her for his campaign, but then Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene intervened.
I actually agree with that statement, but okay.
Because she was too toxic. Quote, Laura Loomer is mentally unstable and a documented liar. And yet here we are. Loomer has no effect.
And, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I mean, she don't like anybody who's this pro-Israel or taking AIPAC money or have this heavily allegiance to Israel. So I wouldn't say she just hates the pro-Israel people. She just hates the people who's Israel first honestly, in the American Congress. But let's be real, though. Her and Laura Loomer, they don't get along. They do not get along at all.
Job, but from her private perch, she, for some reason, has great sway over Donald Trump's decisions, maybe because they're so close. She is influencing who gets hired and fired in top national security posts, even top national security advisor Michael Waltz. And her latest move is, I gotta say, one of the most monstrous things I've ever seen. Apparently, she got upset the U.S. is letting a very small number of severely injured Palestinian children from Gaza, kids missing limbs with severe burns, ones in dire need of medical care, into the country for medical care.
And then called them Hamas, which is wild.
She called them a national security threat and Islamic invaders. And on Friday night, she says she spoke directly with Secretary of State Marco Rubio to relay those concerns. The very next day, after she said jump, they said how high. The State Department announced it was pausing all visitor visas for individuals from Gaza. On Sunday, Rubio was on TV defending his decision, the one Loomer called him about.
Why would some of these kids, for example, who are coming to hospitals for treatment be a threat?
Well, first of all, it's not just kids. It's a bunch of adults that are accompanying them. So there is evidence been presented to us by numerous congressional offices that some of the organizations.
Now, conspiracy theory says that Laura Loomer is Trump's handler, or she's some type of Mossad agent, works for Israel, Trump's handler. This is why, Trump goes with these heavily, pro-Israeli politics or these highly censored policies that are meant to, protect criticisms against Israel. yeah, that. But I don't believe that. I don't think Lord Loomer has that much power or is a Mossad agent. I'm just telling you what's been spewing around all over the internet.
Bragging about and involved in acquiring these visas have strong links to terrorist groups like Hamas.
I should say, obviously, no one has seen any of this evidence that Rubio and Laura Loomer, self-described Islamophobe, are talking about. Andrew Miller serves as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, where he's responsible for Israeli-Palestinian affairs and negotiation in the Biden administration until he resigned in the summer of 2024. He's now a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, and he joins me now. As someone who worked at the State Department on exactly this issue area, first, I just want you to respond to Marco Rubio with these claims about these children who are in the need of dire medical care and the parents accompanying them are a threat.
We literally, quite literally, cannot trust this administration with children. That is a damning indictment. These are defenseless kids who bear no responsibility for the atrocious terrorist attacks committed by Hamas. Secretary Rubio's assertion that a bunch of adults are coming is nonsense. At most, you have one or two adults coming with children because they're not allowed to travel without some supervision, which is entirely appropriate. And what's important to understand about how this mechanism has worked is that prior to the United States even vetting these individuals to determine whether they're eligible, we would submit the names to the Israelis who had the opportunity to run it against their intelligence database. And as you can imagine, Israel's tolerance for any risk is practically zero. So by the time we got these names, we were very confident that they posed virtually no threat. We still ran them through our systems to ensure that they didn't miss anything, but I don't know that there was more we could do to guarantee that these individuals would not pose a threat to Americans. I'm much more confident about these kids not posing any type of danger to the American people.
I mean, it is wild. Most are trying to convince us a kid who's got their legs blown off or a little girl with missing arms is a threat to the American citizen, and they're Hamas, and they deserve to be, sent back to Gaza to be killed or whatever. I don't really understand where the right side of me is going with this whole Islamophobia stuff, but hey, I think this is going to lead us right into a whole nother 9/11 scenario, because that's kind of where it put us the last time. But hey, people ain't going to listen to me. They're going to call me, oh, you just love Muslims. You're pro Hamas. No, I'm just pro not repeating the past. But people don't want to hear me on that. It is what it is. It is what it is, though, man. We learn and we live. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Lefties Losing It. And before we get into Lefties Losing It, shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, that's a rich coming from the side that lost 200K kids on the border. I'd say mothers only know unwounded men. Damn, he said, I'd say mothers only know unwounded men. Well, damn. He said, that's rich coming from the side that lost 200 kids on the border. Really, it was 300,000. I think Trump found like 5,000 so far. And a lot of these guys are being found during human trafficking, sex trafficking, or just like child labor on a farm, illegal child labor on a farm, slave labor on a farm. In America, we literally got like immigrant children working on farms pretty much for free. Oh boy. Well, shout out to my man Help. But let's get into it with Lefties Losing It. Let's laugh a little bit, guys. Let's laugh.
Lefties losing it. And the man who would win a gold medal in the tedious Olympics, once great actor reduced to a pitiful clown, Robert De Niro, is again sharing his keen political insights that nobody asked for. Remember when he said Donald Trump would come after him if he was re-elected?
Nothing at all, nothing redeemable in him. It can't be. It cannot be. If he wins the election, you won't be on the show anymore. He'll come looking for me. There'll be
fear-mongering
things that happen that none of us can imagine. That's what happens in that kind of a dictatorship.
Well, Donald Trump was re-elected. It can be, Robert, and it was. And somehow incredibly, Robert De Niro isn't in a prison camp. He isn't silenced in any way. Indeed, he's on television making an absolute fool of himself again. Let's listen to this latest deranged, delusional, diabolically dumb diatribe.
It's about right and wrong, period. The guy's a monster. It's beyond wrong. It's almost like he wants to do the most horrible things that he can think of in order to get a rise out of us. I don't know what it is, but
No, I think you guys just do that to yourselves. I think I have this delusion of just, I don't know, but overly exaggerating whatever Trump is doing. Like, he put the feds in DC and y'all think it's like martial law. I'm like, whoa, like, don't y'all think y'all going a little bit too far with that one?
Been doing it, and it's scary.
Yes, all the horrible things Donald Trump is inflicting on America, like bringing back manufacturing, solving the border crisis, reducing the cost of living, not to mention doing peace deals around the world, from Armenia and Azerbaijan to Rwanda and the Congo, and several others just in recent months. But while Robert De Niro rants like a demented fool, here is another perspective from the acting world. This is Hollywood superstar Chris Pratt. See if you can detect the subtle difference between the deranged De Niro and what Chris has to say.
I'd hate to be so mired in hatred for the president that any success from his administration is something I'd have an allergic reaction to. To be like, oh, well, if they do it, I don't want it to happen. I'll put Clorox in my children's cereal myself.
Bro, I mean, there's businesses operating on that delusional. Oh, F Trump, I'll pay that tariff and I'll pass it on to the customers. Like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I'll cause higher prices for myself. Even though there's American suppliers all around me, I'll continue to buy from China. It's like, bro, what? Trust me, people are acting like irrationally just because of Trump. It doesn't make any sense. I know what? I'm almost sure people buy foreign bought products to say that, oh, I had to pay tariffs.
It's like, come on, be reasonable here. There's certain things that would be a good thing to have. I want them all to be successful.
Now, let's marvel at Charlie Kirk embarrassing Oxford students during a debate about whether Donald Trump has gone too far. I could play you a whole program of this sort of content, but this next 25-second clip sums it all up.
Trump has deported American citizens to camps without fair trial. But the opposition will still tell you he has not gone too far.
I'll give you £1,000 right now if you could tell me the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. Yeah, the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. Can anyone tell me? £1,000. I'll give it to you right now. Yeah,
please.
Name? Wrong. Not a U.S. citizen. A citizen of El Salvador. Anyone else? U.S. citizen deported under Trump. Nope, that was a lie. You should know better than that. You go to Oxford.
Damn.
Perhaps Oxford can welcome this next academic who is fleeing America to do her.
He ain't had to do her like that. Like, well, this daughter's like, come on now, you should know way better. You should be more well studied. I mean, if you're well studied, I mean, you wouldn't be here at Oxford. I mean, if you weren't well studied, you wouldn't be here at Oxford. I mean, like, what's going on? I thought you guys were the best of the best, but y'all coming up with half facts. I mean, it's Oxford. Y'all should be well researched and everything. You're Oxford. Okay, that's over. I mean, that's kind of damn near kissing the ass a bit too much, but these guys who are heavily college educated or come from these prestigious colleges, I mean, we expect better out of y'all. To come out with this liberal lunacy is a little crazy. Or no, I'm gonna say leftist lunacy, since we done got the new updated definition of liberalism, which you guys on the left are not.
And I'm starting TikTok because I'm going to flee the United States with my family to start a life and do my science. I study climate change and sustainable seafood.
To DC now, and here is a masterclass in how to handle lefties losing it. You point at them, you explain why their position is absurd, and then you laugh. Let's see Vice President J.D. Vance and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth demonstrate that perfectly.
This is the guy who makes people don't deserve law and order in their own community.
Superb work. That guy thinks people don't deserve law and order in DC. And you know who else thinks that? It's the media. And here J.D. Vance treats a stupid question from the media with the disdain it deserves.
I'm sorry?
Polls show that a majority of D.C. residents don't support the Guard here. So what's your message to the majority of D.C. residents?
I'm highly skeptical that a majority of D.C. residents don't want their city to have better public safety and more reasonable safety standards within Washington, D.C. I don't know what poll you're talking about. Maybe the same polls that said Kamala Harris would be the popular vote by 10 points.
But all right, let's talk about DC and let's keep it on a bit of a comedic tone. Why not? Shout out to my man, I don't even know his name, but Don't Walk, Run Production. Shout out to this guy. He has pretty good videos. Make sure to follow. He's a cool guy. And shout out to my man, Hellbat. He says, still waiting on my chains, by the way. I know, right? I'm still waiting on my chains in the text to tell me what plantation I'm going to be on, my plantation number. Like, come on now. Which one am I going? Like, y'all said I was going to be in chains, and I'm still waiting.
This is Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th president of the United States. On August 11th, 2025, along with several members of his cabinet, President Trump made an announcement in the White House press briefing room.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse.
Squalor.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control. And you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly.
Now, most people who live there or visit often will at least privately admit that violent crime and crime in general is and has been a massive problem in Washington, D.C. for decades, including MSNBC's Morning Joe Scarborough.
And I will tell you, I will walk night and day in New York City. I will not walk night and day in D.C. I know both cities. It's not that I'm afraid. It's like I just have a pretty good sense that where there's a more ominous threat and where there's not. And I want to read you a text from someone who I won't say their name, but they're. We'll just say that they're very liberal. He says, this may sound controversial, but I'm not totally opposed to Trump's National Guard move in D.C. I know he's doing it for politics, but crime remains rampant. I've had too many friends carjacked, shot at. None of us will walk more than 3 blocks after 8 p.m. 13-year-olds are committing many of these crimes. Quite a change from a decade ago when things were much calmer. Well, that actually sounds like the D.C. that I lived in when I lived a block behind the Supreme Court. And, you know, every 3 days, one of my neighbors was getting held up at gunpoint. I mean, there has been a crime problem in D.C.
Even NBC News' Martha Raddatz, who has lived in D.C. since the early 90s, can't pretend that it's safe.
The mayor suggested this week that the surge of federal police could be useful in fighting crime. And there is a crime problem in D.C. We all live here.
Well,
but instead of saying that maybe this is a good thing, the knee-jerk...
It's kind of funny how they'll be like, yo, we need it, but oh no, this is unprecedented. The president's going too far, but we do need it though. It's like, come on now, pick a side.
Reaction from the Democrats is to attack Trump and the Republicans.
This is all an opportunity for Donald Trump to play dictator in Washington, D.C. Instead, he should be releasing, along with the House Republicans, the $1 billion, $1 billion in money that belongs to the people of D.C. that they're holding that D.C. could use to hire more police. The best way to help the police chief in Washington, D.C. is for President Trump and Republicans in Congress to give them the $1 billion in money that belongs to them so that they can hire those police rather than bringing in these federal agents.
However, according to reports, there are currently about 3,200 police officers with the Metropolitan Police Department. The budget allots for 4,000, so they are down by about 800 officers. I'm surprised Senator Margarita here didn't claim that the Republicans are defunding the police.
Yeah.
However, it's not a budget issue. It's a staffing and recruiting problem. as officers are retiring at a rate faster than the department can replace them.
Yeah, and the new generation is not trying to step up because there's a lack of respect for the police. And man, honestly, I need to start paying these guys a little more. You know, they use a little bit of nothing, a little more than they check. I mean, they're protecting the community, right? Protect and serve. You know, try to make it a little bit more enticing for them and not giving these guys such a bad name and a bad label and framing them as the abusers of the people that they protect.
Again, everyone knows that Washington, D.C. is a shithole. But the official stance of the Democrats is to be against anything and everything that Trump does.
If you had one message for Donald Trump and you were speaking to him right now, what would you say?
I would off DC.
You don't stand a chance.
Back off.
Why don't you just go ahead and take your ass, go back to Florida.
We know how to govern in DC and we can secure our own streets.
Really? I ain't gonna lie, I have to grill the shit out of her. I ain't gonna lie. As a black woman saying that, I would have to grill the hell out of her. Like, no. Take me to your black community and tell me that right now. Go ahead, let's go to one of these, the most violent community here, and guarantee that's a black community, and tell me how you're protecting this community and the people who are getting pretty much crime done upon them every day. Like, please tell me how you're doing that, because if this wasn't a problem, Trump wouldn't be here. So, and the fact that it's a black lady saying this irritates me, because it's like, all right, then you obviously don't know the community. You obviously don't know what's going on around there, and you obviously never visited the hoods over there. Because guess what? I have an aunt who lives in DC and who lives in the hood, and it's bad out there. So when people like this come up and try to tell me, oh, it's not that bad in DC, I'm like, I know you obviously never been there, or you never been to the bad part of DC where all this crime or all these guys who commit the crime come from. They don't come from the good places, I'll tell you that. I mean, where they come from, the houses damn near look like you're living in Brooklyn, New York, in the worst parts.
Then why haven't you? They could secure their own streets, but they choose not to. And look, these are not your average Washingtonians being interviewed. They are invitees to a DNC-sponsored cookout.
Are you serious?
But instead of making cute little videos with left-wing activists, maybe they should be featuring actual residents who live in the bad parts of town and know what's what.
You know, I've been around here about 26, 27 years.
Yeah. Told you they don't never want to come down to the real people in the hood and the ghettos that experience this shit that it actually affects. And that's what I don't like about, well, the left, is that they never have to look at the horrors of their policies. Excuse me, my bad. But yeah, they never have to look at the horrors of their policies. They get to sit there and ignore it and think that they're doing the best for, well, the impoverished communities.
Is it dangerous here, do you think, or not?
Oh, I say it's Wild Wild West.
So despite the fact that people who live in Washington, D.C. know it's unsafe, and despite the fact that the police department is understaffed, and that the mayor admits that having extra law enforcement on the ground would be a positive, the media refuses to acknowledge that President Trump could do anything positive.
Trump declared a crime emergency in D.C., even though violent crime there is at a 30-year low.
It's a 30-year low for crime in D.C.
All of this happens when violent crime is at a 30-year low in Washington, D.C.
Crime is a problem in the city. Yes, it's
everywhere
dropping.
in America.
It's at a 30-year low here. It's down something like 28% over last year.
We know that according to police data and even the Department of Justice, D.C. is currently experiencing a 30-year low when it comes to violent crime.
Violent crime in the district is at a 30-year low, according to the Justice Department.
Violent crime is at a 30-year low in the district.
He says all of this is to clamp down on crime, but as D.C. officials work with federal officials, they do point out that crime has been at a violent crime has been at a 30-year low.
Violent crime in the city is actually at a 30-year low.
So where are they getting this violent crime is at a 30-year low statistic from? Well, that would be Matthew Graves, the now former U.S. Attorney of Washington, D.C. In January 2025, his office released a report claiming that violent crime is down. The categories to count towards this are homicide, sex abuse, assault with a dangerous weapon.
I mean, yeah, and this is what I was pretty much trying to tell you guys. If you look from 2023 to 2024, that's what they was talking about. Is that, all right, so you went from the most highest time ever. I mean, bro, it got crazy. Like, this was like the pinnacle of it. And then you guys came down 5,300 to 3,400. Homicide went from 274 to 187. Sex abuse, 191 to 143. Assaults with a dangerous weapon, god damn, 1,400. And then all the way down, and they brought that down to 1,026. I mean, Robbery, damn, robbery was at 3,400. Damn, y'all was out there Jackboy style. Okay. And then they brought that down to about 2,100, which is still pretty damn bad, but okay. But here's the thing though, you want to talk about pre-COVID levels, and they've never gotten back down to those pre-COVID levels of like, look, if you look over here in like what, in 2012, like, bro, homicides was like at 88, only had 88. It done tripled since then. Like, it does look like before COVID, things got pretty bad.
And robbery. Burglary, according to the Metropolitan
Well, my bad, but after COVID and during COVID, things got pretty bad. Sorry, misspoke.
Police Department, does not fall under violent crime and doesn't count towards its total. So putting it on a list of violent offenses is stupid, so let's remove it. And don't worry, this year, there's only been 101 murders, and only 72% of carjackings have involved a firearm. You feel safer? Well, that's because violent crime is at a 30-year low.
There is no indication that this man is in favor of law-abiding behavior or public safety, but he is in favor of power. He is in favor of fascism. He is in favor of ending democracy. It's not normal to act like you can go into a city that is having tremendous progress, 30-year low in crime, and call it an emergency.
So the most useless district attorney in the country wants you to believe that President Trump surging police resources to a city is fascism and ending democracy. While at the same time, they're trying to paint a picture that Trump isn't allowed to because Washington, D.C. is somehow on the verge of becoming a utopian Wakanda.
Every statistic shows that Washington, D.C. has not been safer in the last 30 years.
No, it doesn't. Because when you look at the individual offenses, only assault with a dangerous weapon is the lowest in 30 years, supposedly.
Now, we know the stats. You know, we know that violent crime in the D.C. area is at a 30-year low.
The U.S. Attorney's Office said in January that violent crime in D.C. was at a 30-year low. Metro Police noting a 26% drop since last year.
We're talking about D.C. having a 30-year low in violent crime.
Crime is at a 30-year low in the District of Columbia.
We're seeing a 30-year low in terms of crime in D.C.
This is the President Trump, saying that there is a security problem here in D.C. But the reality is the crime statistics, the statistics that the police have put out, don't really back that up.
But what none of those news reports mention is that the accuracy of these numbers is currently being questioned. According to a July 18th report by NBC News 4 in Washington, D.C., a D.C. police commander was suspended and accused of changing crime statistics. The Metropolitan Police Department confirmed that Michael Pulliam was placed on paid administrative leave in mid-May. Pulliam, the former commander of the 3rd District that patrols Adams, Morgan, and Columbia Heights, was placed on leave with pay and told he was under investigation for questionable changes to crime data, according to 5 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation. Wow. And according to Greg Pemberson, the chairman of the DC Police Union, this is a department-wide issue.
When management officials are directing officers to take reports for felony assault, or if they're going back into police databases and changing offenses to felony assault is not a category of crime that's listed on the department's daily crime stats.
So for clarity, the Metropolitan Police Department is allegedly downgrading offenses like assault with a dangerous weapon to felony assault. And felony assault is not a category listed on the MPD's district crime data.
And I've been said that they were doing it, like pretty much downgrading certain crimes so it don't really show up in the statistics. And when you downgrade crimes, I mean, it's like a way of literally cheating the statistics.
Nor is felony assault something that needs to be reported to the FBI.
It's also not something that's a requirement of the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program. So by changing criminal offenses from, for example, ADW bat or ADW gun to felony assault, that would avoid both the MPD and the FBI from reporting that as a Part 1 or a felony offense.
So again, the police union chairman is claiming that if someone is stabbed, instead of reporting it as assault with a dangerous weapon, it could instead be reported as felony assault. And we don't know how many felony assaults have been reported because they don't list it. But don't worry, guys. Violent crime is down or something. So even though there are questions regarding the accuracy of crime stats in Washington, D.C., the media can't help but lie to their viewers.
The president declaring an emergency, saying crime in D.C. is spiraling out of control, even though the district's official figures showing violent crime recently hitting a 30-year low, down 26% since last year, numbers the president has baselessly called phony.
Baselessly? There's an investigation and credible indications that the numbers are being cooked to make the department look better. Not only that, there's evidence that this has been going on for years.
But according to a sergeant turned whistleblower, the numbers weren't always to be trusted.
You can't always trust the numbers. I know you're shocked. And that whistleblower is Sergeant Charlotte Dosu of the Metropolitan Police Department. Here she is being interviewed by WUSA 9 News in March 2020.
So over time, I tried to voice my concerns internally. And because of the retaliation and because of the way they reacted towards me, they just didn't want to hear what I had to say. I felt like no one was listening, and I felt like I was being mistreated and I was being retaliated against.
Damn. Sergeant Dosu filed a lawsuit against the District of Columbia, claiming that MPD supervisors retaliated against her after she reported what she believed to be misconduct. The Washington Free Beacon obtained a transcript of a phone call from November 2019 between Sergeant Dosu.
All right, so the Washington Free Beacon, a DC police sergeant exposed her superiors for misclassifying crimes to make stats look low. The city just quietly settled her lawsuit. Records revealed in the suit, police sergeant, Caroline Dosi. What type of last name is that? But she showed the department leadership direct subordinates to file theft and violent crimes as low-level offenses. Yes. Damn, department leaders directed subordinates to file theft and violent crimes as low-level offenses. Well. I mean,
emotional damage.
It's probably how the Dems are feeling right now. But I mean, to the DC, come on, guys, really?
Phone call from November 2019 between Sergeant Dosu and MPD Captain Sean Conboy. Dosu was concerned that an offense was being improperly downgraded. The following is a dramatization of that phone call.
Okay, so the complainant stated that she got into a physical altercation with her boyfriend. He strangled her. He ended up throwing her over the couch. She had scratches on her neck. Her shirt was ripped. And then he threw a knife in her direction close to her head. She moved out of the way. He has her keys and he stole her cell phone. That's a brief synopsis.
And what was the classification that was decided on the scene?
The watch commander decided to go with simple assault. That's incorrect.
Sergeant Dosu's reasoning was that the boyfriend attacked the girlfriend with a knife and that this should have been classified as assault with intent to commit with a dangerous weapon. But the captain asked the following.
Okay, how was the person assaulted with a knife?
He threw the knife with the intent for it to hit her. She moved out of the way.
Right. And what was the resulting injury of this knife assault?
The assault, when he strangled her, she had scratches on her neck.
Okay, so she was not harmed in any way by the knife?
No, she got...
Hey, this man over here literally trying to get around that. He's like, look, bro, if that knife did not pierce that woman in any way, shape, or form,
we do not care.
Get out of the way.
But the knife never made contact with the complainant.
Because she moved out of the way, right.
But regardless of how, she was unharmed. No injury was caused by the knife being thrown at her.
Exactly.
Okay, I don't see any issues with the current classification.
So Captain Conboy's reasoning was,
oh my God. This guy right here, bro, is different.
Retard alert.
Yes, a knife was used in the assault, but since the victim wasn't actually hurt by the knife, it wasn't an assault with a knife.
Bro.
By that logic, you could say, sure, the suspect fired his weapon, but the victim wasn't hit with a bullet, so it wasn't assault with a deadly weapon.
I mean, yeah, he may have kicked in the door of the store and stuck up the cash register, the guy, but he didn't steal anything, so it really wasn't an aggravated robbery. Like, you feel me? Kicked in the door, he pushed a couple people, he shot a couple shots off, but he didn't rob anybody. So it is not really an aggravated robbery. I mean, y'all overreacting. Like, come on, guys, like, chill out.
With that said, are we honestly supposed to believe that assault with a dangerous weapon offenses are at a 30-year low? Press X for doubt. And my prediction, there's going to be a federal investigation into the crime stats. And when it's officially proven that the higher-ups have been juking the stats, well, I hope you have enough money for the Trump was right jar.
Man.
Anyway, that's it for now.
Yeah, at a certain point, y'all just go ahead and giving it to this man. But I mean, damn, this is what happens when you try to hide statistics.
At any moment, President Trump is expected to go on patrol in D.C., riding alongside law enforcement and military personnel to witness firsthand the impact.
All right, guys, let's get over to the right side of media. Well, if you don't notice already.
Riding alongside law enforcement and military personnel to witness firsthand the impact of his law and order crackdown, which so far it has delivered results. D.C. had a murder-free week as Attorney General Pam Bondi touted 77 more arrests last night in the federal takeover. Trump is following in the footsteps of his cabinet, who showed up at Union Station in D.C. yesterday. Vice President Vance, Pete Hegseth, and Stephen Miller visiting guardsmen, but they also got heckled by left-wing protesters.
The voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots. They have no connections to the city. They have no families they're raising in this city. They're the ones who have been advocating for the 1%, the criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C.
The media also expressing some outrage at Vance and company.
For them to talk about that these policies or bringing the National Guard is to actually make it safer for Black communities is actually insulting.
But J.D. Vance took his campaign for the
sure?
Republican presidential nomination to unions.
I mean, actually, it's pretty factual, especially when there's Black people coming out all over TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, pretty much saying that, due to them having the feds out here, the community's a lot safer. People could pull up the lights while having their windows down. I mean, it's like taking an edge off everybody in the Black community. So, I mean, yeah, if you're a law-abiding citizen, I mean, you love it. But if you're a criminal or you're a leftist, you hate it.
Station today to bring Shake Shack burgers to the National Guard troops.
They did not go to Union Station yesterday for fun. They did not go there to talk to the National Guard. They knew there were protesters there. They went there to be on TV and to get these moments and get everyone talking about it.
Greg, it occurs to me that the Democrats are going back in time, not just to 2020 when they wanted to defund the police, but farther back in time, like the 60s or 70s when they were against military.
Yeah, they can't win because their reflex is instinctive support for the bad guy because they've been brainwashed by their hatred for law enforcement, their hatred for Trump. So they end up defending the worst of the worst. You know, carjackers are just misguided teens. Spousal abusers are the Maryland dad. An alleged pedophile. He almost made it to be DC dad, but then he got caught. If terrorists flew planes into the building, they would blame it on Trump's love for tall buildings. They'd find a way. I don't think that the media has gotten to the realization that they can't do what they used to do. You know, you can't just grab disturbing footage of an arrest and portray the arrestee as a victim, because in a few hours, we always find out the guy is bad news. I love the ride along with Trump. He should try to make an arrest, maybe tase a molester. I would like that. And what Stephen Miller said, you know, it's ironic. Those are the guys that are defending the Black citizens of D.C. It's not white liberals. Those are the guys. You can paint them in their dark light as some kind of evil fascists, but they're the people that are actually making the city safer. And he's right about those protesters. We get them out here. Not one of them is under the age of 77. And if you go up, it's sad. And if you go up to one of the women, because they'll be yelling, and you go, "Excuse me, madam, where is your husband?" Their heads will explode. One last thing: the Dems willfully assume that systems cannot be corrupted, no matter what it is, whether it's asylum or transgenders in prison, illegals, criminal justice reform. They just think everybody's going to play by the rules. One guy actually claimed that ICE abducted his wife, and everybody freaked out until you saw video of him dragging something that looked like a body from his house. But Democrats can't assume that, like, they know how to game the system because you will believe any lie that comes your way. That guy ended up fleeing the country because he was able to lie about what happened to his wife, which he obviously killed.
Control Room, could you please play the other soundbite from Vice President Vance talking about taking back cities?
If you've got the political will to enforce the law, you can make even cities like D.C. safe again, and that's what we're demonstrating. I hope the American people just recognize that you don't have to live with lawlessness. You don't have to live with third world murder rates. If you just take control of these cities, you can make them safe places to live in.
Jesse, this reminded me of something that used to drive me a little bit crazy during the Biden administration, which, like, when they weren't doing anything for like a long time, and you think, well, didn't you go there to solve problems? Like, isn't that what you want to do? And they're solving problems, maybe on warp speed, might make some people uncomfortable. But I do imagine that there are people in other cities like Philly that you're familiar with saying, could we get some help around here?
Yeah, they should send the guard everywhere. Biden could never walk the beat because he couldn't walk. And Kamala never did it because she was afraid of her prosecutor's shadow. I love that Trump's going out there like a general to inspect the troops. Sometimes I go walking through my pod to see my team booking and cutting tape, and I shake their hands and I introduce myself, and they're inspired. I'm inspired. I'm with Greg. This is the best episode of Cops we're ever going to see. I hope he does a field sobriety test on some sloppy drunk kid from Georgetown. I hope they arrest and they pull drugs out of their pocket and Trump's like, that's a lot of crack. I hope he goes out with the Vice Squad and finds Adam Schiff trying to score some dope and some women at some seedy hotel on the wrong side of the tracks.
Women?
Didn't say that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And the media is all worried about them getting heckled. Of course, it's D.C. Any other politician would have astroturfed the station and had a bunch of guys in MAGA hats saying 4 more years. These guys didn't care. They rolled up, they rolled out, and that's fine. They keep saying, the left, even though she's to my right, that crime is down. Okay, homicides hit a 30-year high in 2023 in D.C.
Yep,
so
just like I told you.
A little bit this last
Yeah, I know. Like, they hit a high score and they come down from it, and now it's a record low. I mean, I guess it is an improvement on paper, but then now we can't even really trust that because, well, they're under investigation for fudging the numbers. So whenever that investigation gets solved, I'll go ahead and definitively say those, well, yeah, I'll just say those sneaky bastards, man, they can never be trusted.
Here in an election year, that's suspicious because they just started juicing the numbers. We just found out they had to suspend a guy for going into the computers at his precinct and downgrading felonies to misdemeanors. Jessica, did you see my show last night?
Yeah, I was glued to the TV.
Good. So you saw the guy who runs the police union in D.C. say that when they get onto a scene and there's a kid with bullet holes all in his abdomen and one of the witnesses won't cooperate because it's gang related, a captain will come onto the scene and say, you know what, we're not going to call it a shooting. We're just calling it taking an injured guy to the hospital. Or if there's a stick up, armed robbery, guy's a gun, takes your cash and your phone, they'll come along and say, you know what, not armed robbery, we'll just call it a theft. It's a misdemeanor. I wouldn't be surprised if the word went out in an election year last year in D.C. from maybe somebody in the White House, they have to make the crime numbers go down. And I bet it's bigger than just Washington, D.C. I bet the word went out, and that's why you had all these, crime's down. Trust me, Jessica, you guys, when we start looking under the hood, you're going to see a bunch of fake numbers.
Okay, so I mean, wow, Jesse's calling out a bigger conspiracy. He's pretty much just putting on the tinfoil hat at a certain point and going, like, you know what? I don't trust none of them. All of them hiding their numbers, all of them lying about the murders, the robberies, aggravated assaults, the black people out here just shooting everybody. Joking, of course. But yes, they're lying about it all. And if you peel up and if you peel back the roof, well, if you peel up the hood, you're going to see that, well, we got a paper engine in the car. I mean, Hey, I could believe it, but we got to prove that first. I don't just want to go out there on a limb and be like, yes, everything a Democrats release, everything they release is a lie. You don't want to go that far. But I mean, it is definitely called into doubt, especially those who want to claim they're at a 30-year low right after a 30-year high. I mean, like, come on now.
One thing that amazes me about the contours of this debate as it unfolds is that the right is making it about crime and public safety. I'm not sure what the left is trying to make it about, but Jessica, I'll give you a shot.
I think that the left is trying to make it about states' rights and being able to be in control of your own cities. J.D. Vance makes that argument to Laura Ingraham, like, if you just let us in to take control, but it's states' rights when it suits the right, and then they don't care about it at all when it doesn't suit them. And we should be able to take care of our own cities. That doesn't mean that everything has been run perfectly, of course, but in terms of these doctored numbers, for instance, and the trend lines, well, they were good enough to do President Trump and Kash Patel. I mean, Kash Patel stood up in that press conference.
They didn't know they were doctored.
But
DC isn't a
shouldn't
state.
they know? Okay. Sorry. Well, but J.D. Vance is talking about the whole country, that if they just let them in, and they went into Los Angeles as well. Anyway, I think Donald Trump going out on patrol.
I mean, come on now, be real. Los Angeles was getting a bit wild. They were throwing rocks and breaking cars at ICE agents. Well, throwing rocks at ICE agents and breaking the cars of ICE agents with, well, heavier rocks. So, yeah, I mean, they kind of got that. They kind of had that one coming. They definitely did. I mean, they should have knew better what was going to happen. And they should have just let the ICE raids happen and not, try to stop them.
A huge win for him. It'll be like McDonald's. It'll be like the garbage man. And we'll be talking about it for a long time. It's, made for social media. It's perfect in that sense. And, I defended an alleged child rapist yesterday by accident. So I don't really have many legs to stand on, but I am going to, which I apologize for. And I would like that to be duly noted. But, you say like it's all old white hippies that are protesting this, but there's mass disapproval of what they're doing within DC. And it's not just from old white people. It's from Black people. It's from Latino people. And when you take
whenever they're
billion,
interviewed, they're like, thank God I can actually use the subway.
they took $1 billion out of the DC budget, and they said they were going to put it back, and they haven't. And that money would have gone to supporting school programs. It would have been going to pay cops, for instance. Donald Trump should work with Muriel Bowser and the police chief to make DC safer instead of this authoritarian takeover.
I lived there for many years. It doesn't matter how much money you throw at it, Kennedy, it doesn't get better. It hadn't.
Yeah, I'm be honest with
Well,
you.
I think you can look at public safety the same way you look at schools. And no matter how much money, how many millions of dollars you put into a student throughout their life in that system, they don't come out literate on the other end. Muriel Bowser had an opportunity to work with the president. And at first she said she was going to, and then she did an about face.
Emily, let's be real though. I mean, let's talk about funding the schools and the community and all this good stuff. Why didn't y'all do that in the first place? So it didn't have to get to this. Why does it have to get to a whole, damn near the feds, for the feds to come in for you guys to start thinking about, you know what? Maybe we should try to help, the Black communities and try to help them with their education, all this good stuff. Yeah, why did it take for Trump to put the feds in for you guys to honestly start thinking about this stuff? That's the problem. That's the problem with you Dems. It's like y'all honestly start thinking about solutions when it's too late, when somebody's already have their solution enacted, and then y'all want to complain about that solution. And then now you're like, oh, well, maybe we actually should help Black communities. It took you for Trump to start having this conversation, really?
I don't disagree with you. I actually don't like the National Guard being the ones who are in charge of law enforcement. I think if you are looking at DC under the federal umbrella as part of home rule, then I think it should be federal law enforcement. And, that may be splitting hairs, but I've always had an issue with the militarization of law enforcement. And I think we have enough federal law enforcement that they could be doing a great job right now. And, you've got Homeland Security agents, you've got U.S. Marshals, you've got FBI agents, and I think you could make a coalition and do the same thing. And I think what the vice president is saying is if this has been so effective in a week, that every crime-plagued city in America can do the same thing without federal law enforcement, without militarization, and they should be doing that. But they have abdicated their responsibility to the citizens of these cities, especially in the poorest districts. So you get to a point where, you know, when you only have just shy of 300 homicides in a year, we want to throw a parade. No, every single one of those lives meant something, but not when you're trying to fudge the numbers with fuzzy math in order to show a better case for yourself. Because the bad case is what people feel when they walk around. People feel unsafe in DC. You can say whatever you want, but if you feel bad, you're not going to want to live there and you're not going to want to visit.
All right. Well, great point. And somebody asked, is this AI? Shoot, no, but I can show you some AI. This is AI. So y'all never get it twisted. And, you know, I'm just doing this as a comedic interlude. No shade, my friend.
Morning, America. We're almost finished with bombing and starving the innocent.
I doubt it. Not until all the innocent sand people are gone. Let's see how Americans are preparing for the war.
They're going to do so well in Iran.
Mom, I started an Only Freaks after my abortion, and my pronouns are they. Thumb. Leave me alone.
I want to die for Israel after supporting the chosen people.
Kids say the silliest things, don't they?
They really do. Good thing our government cracked down on the rampant anti-Septicism. My kid got suspended last week.
What did he do?
He just brought his calculator to history class. Can you tell us what happened in there?
I said there was only enough red sauce to make 271,000 pizzas at best, and then he sent me to detention.
That's based.
John, that kid is an extremist Hamas terrorist.
Yeah. Jackie, the so-called Semites worship Satan.
John's right. These kids just found out the painter from Austria wasn't burning educational books, but the Jewish corn stash. Live at State University, Jake GTV News.
I'm going to need you to shut it down, sweetie. The Talmud has 8 genders, so leave us alone.
Exactly. And Israel is our greatest ally.
That's the gayest thing I've ever heard.
So gay. Breaking news. My producers informed us we got the terrorists.
Uh-oh.
Tom reports live from the genocide.
That's right, Jenny. The IDF report innocent sand people hiding in hospitals and schools. Again.
Innocent sand people is crazy.
We got them.
These people unfortunately survived. Please, can you spare a bag of flour? We're starving. Ew, no.
This is actually what they deserve. I mean, you can't just be this sandy and get away with it. Must suck not being chosen. Ugh, gross. Back to you, John.
So yeah, it's a genocide, and our government has decided to finish the job. We go live to Tim to see where our taxpayer dollars go first.
We're here outside the Foreskins restaurant. Rabbi Foreskin serves his famous foreskin salad directly from the source of tragedy. They ordered their foreskins from a young boy, not an old man. You idiot. Cook it again.
How are the foreskins today?
They're delightful. I've tried the Chinese version, but the Palestinian one is exquisite.
Bro.
The Talmud really allows them to do some interesting things.
I'd personally never try foreskin salad, but then again, I don't worship Satan.
They give herpes to babies. And I see you still haven't followed Jake GTV yet. It's okay. You must like being retarded.
Ah, man, Jake GTV, AI newscasting at its worst. At its worst. I mean, bro. But let's get into some harsh criticisms on JD Vance. Let's take it all the way to the right side of media. So let's get right into it, guys. Shout out to Nick Fuentes for breaking this down as well.
There's a really interesting article about Vance that was written by David Frum a few years ago. And for those that don't know, David Frum is your prototypical liberal Jewish neocon Republican. So David Frum writes an article about JD Vance. I think this was last
Oh, guys, let me know if you guys can hear the video.
year, a couple of years ago, was in the Atlantic. And it turns out that Vance was writing for Frum in 2011. When JD Vance was in his mid-20s, after he left the Marines, before he went to Yale Law School, Vance was writing for Frum. And he was writing, among other things, in defense of affirmative action. Writing in defense of the war in Iraq. He was a neocon. He wrote 6 articles for Frum in 2011, 15 years ago, when he was my age. At this very early stage, before Vance went to law school, before he wrote Hillbilly Elegy, before he's anybody, David Frum writes that everybody on his team believes that Vance will play an important role in national politics as the leader of moderate conservatism, that Vance would recapture the GOP from the Tea Party and from the populists for the moderates. You have to wonder, what would make someone like David Frum, a Jewish neocon, believe that a 25-year-old veteran who was really a journalist in the Marines, didn't even see combat, what would make him think that this obscure blogger would play a national role in politics leading moderate conservatism? His articles were that good? But Frum says, he tells us what makes him believe that. He says that J.D. Vance's superpower is his credibility. And his credibility comes from his personal narrative. What's his personal narrative? Hillbilly elegy. That he's got this story about being from the Rust Belt and emerging from strife. So he's a 25, 26-year-old veteran who didn't even see combat. It's not like he's a war hero, not like he's some high-ranking guy. He wrote PR articles. He's some obscure blogger, and they say this guy's going to be a national figure in moderate conservatism because his superpower is his credibility. Now, what does credibility mean? It means believability. Credible means believable. What does credibility mean in that context? It means that Vance would have credibility, believability for white rubes, for white GOP voters. He would have credibility with them. He would have credibility, believability, relatability because of his story that these middle American radicals that Sam Francis describes, the white working class, would believe him as he delivered the GOP from the Tea Party to moderate conservatism, to a socially inclusive, neocon, environmentally friendly version of conservatism. And let's not forget, as late as 2017, Vance loved Barack Obama. So this is a pro-Obama, pro-Iraq war, pro-affirmative action, pro-transgender, moderate conservative, mentored by a neocon. And the neocon says this guy is going to save the GOP from the Tea Party because the rubes will believe him. You go through his life story and you realize that everything about him is fake. His time in the military, fake. Look up his role in the Marines. He was a correspondent, a combat correspondent, which means he wrote press releases for the military. So he's a fake Marine. He goes to Yale Law School. He meets Peter Thiel. His first job in tech, it's a biotech firm. The CEO says he only hired Vance as a favor to Peter Thiel. That was his first job. How does a law school graduate go to work for a biotech firm? Well, the guy that hired him tells us he hired him as a favor to Thiel. Then Vance works at a series of venture capital firms. First, he works for Thiel for about 7 months while he drops his book. Then he works for the founder of AOL at a company called Revolution. Then he starts his own venture capital firm with money from Peter Thiel. 3 firms in 5 years. When he was at Peter Thiel's firm, his colleagues say they never saw him in the office. Inexplicably, he raises over $120 million at his firm, mostly from Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, and others. So he's a fake venture capitalist. Then, even though he opposed Trump from the very beginning,
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Peter Thiel organizes a meeting with Vance and Trump in 2021 to smooth things over. And then in 2021, Vance declares his candidacy for Senate of Ohio. Peter Thiel makes the biggest contribution of any individual donor in a Senate race in American history of $15 million. Thiel, with his connections, secures Trump's endorsement, and Vance becomes a senator. So he's a fake Marine. He's a fake venture capitalist, and then he's
okay. Fake Marine. Come on now. He wasn't a Marine.
The fake MAGA senator. Now he's the vice president of the United States. Even his name is fake. He didn't go by Vance until he was 30 years old. Vance was the name of his Meemaw, and he changed his name to Vance just a few years before he published his book, which had been in the works for as much time, about his Meemaw, his story that gives him the credibility. For 30 years, he was J.D. Hamill and went by other names. He's a complete artifice that was created by neocons and defense contractors. There's nothing organic about it. Nobody organically gets hired at Mithril Capital and launches a book that for some reason just blows up. It's not organic to get $15 million to run for Senate from a CIA contractor. That's not organic. They are going to start pushing Vance for president 2028. Vance for president 2028. That is what they're going with. And that's why you see across the board all this Vance shilling. Vance is funny. Vance is like Jim Halpert from The Office. Vance made that face. Vance, they're pushing it so hard. And you know what's so funny? Vance for president was born a week after Trump's inauguration in 2017. In that same article with David Frum says that there was a meeting a week after Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C. Vance called all the never-Trumpers, including Frum, who voted for Hillary Clinton, to plan out a future Vance for president campaign in the late 2020s or early 2030s. And here we are. His conspicuous ascendancy from fake venture capitalist to U.S. senator, and then in 2 years from U.S. senator to vice president, and in 4 years to front runner for president of the United States.
And yep, that's pretty much the story of Vance, and he's not wrong. I have to background check a lot of that stuff, but yeah, what he's saying about Vance is pretty damn accurate. And so is this. And like I said, it's not me bashing Vance. I'm just trying to find out everything about the man, since all of a sudden he's trying to push this man on us. And I'm just like, oh, okay, so what? Just Vance, no Rubio, nobody else, just Vance. All right, that's going to make me a bit suspicious, and it's going to make me want to look into the man. But let's get right back.
Peter Thiel, co-founder of Palantir. It's not even fair to say he's a protege. J.D. Vance is a creation of Peter Thiel. J.D. Vance was a photographer, a journalist in the Marines, went to Yale Law School. It was Peter Thiel that set up J.D. Vance with his first job in Silicon Valley. It was Peter Thiel who set up J.D. Vance with his first job in venture capital at Peter Thiel's venture capital fund. It was Peter Thiel who got J.D. Vance another job at another venture capital firm. It was Peter Thiel who funded J.D. Vance's venture capital fund. It was Peter Thiel who encouraged J.D. Vance to write Hillbilly Elegy and promoted him and got him an audience at the Aspen Institute and other international organizations. It was Peter Thiel who brokered a truce between Donald Trump and J.D. Vance after J.D. Vance was a never-Trumper for years and then sought Trump's endorsement in the Ohio Senate primary in 2022. It was Peter Thiel who gave $15 million to J.D. Vance's PAC when he ran for Senate, the most money ever given by an outside group in a U.S. Senate race at that time. And it was Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson who called Donald Trump in July 2024 and encouraged Trump to choose J.D. Vance as his running mate. J.D. Vance was created by the fortune created by Palantir. He was groomed, he was appointed, he was selected, he was elevated by Peter Thiel and the fortune that funds Peter Thiel, which was created by Palantir. This is now the vice president of the United States. And this is who all of the conservative surrogates are now trying to astroturf for the 2028 presidential nomination. They are trying to seed the ground for a J.D. Vance presidential run, a plan that has been in the works for probably over 10 years. All these people on Twitter saying J.D. Vance might be better than Trump. I like JD Vance. He's the real deal. He's got authenticity. You can't fake that. All these people endlessly promoting JD Vance after his debate performance, after he was nominated, defending him from the credible allegations that he's weird. All these people endlessly shilling for Vance are a part of this conspiracy.
Come on now, that was just pettiness. That was being petty. He's weird.
Like Vance.
Like, I don't know. I think in the first bit of the election, he did come out maybe a little shy, but then he opened up. So we're talking about a guy who really wasn't in a public eye like that, who's now front page and center because he's Trump's VP.
Are being paid by Peter Thiel. Bari Weiss, funded by Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel. Bronze Age Pervert, funded by Peter Thiel. Curtis Yarvin, raw egg nationalist.
And, you know, the reason why Peter Thiel is so important is that, you know, I can go in days and days about this man, Peter Thiel, and how weird he is, how I don't really trust his business ethic. I don't trust where this man is going with his operations and his hand in government. I just don't trust it. But I mean, you know what? Maybe you need to see the man in action. This is Peter Thiel, right? Like, look at this guy. Look at him. The man don't even look like he has a soul. But hey,
this is my very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, you know, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again, there are these different gradations of this we can describe. But is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50?
Yeah, he does own Palantir, the CIA-operated AI system, I believe, or surveillance system, I believe.
Years
AI surveillance
to peace and safetyism. This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, because and we've submitted.
But all right, though, next video to dive a little deeper into this man.
My head, I you know, you hold a gun to my head. I'll vote for Trump. I'll still be less involved.
In this video, we will talk about how Peter Thiel, a psychopath, God complex freak, has impacted our entire country, helping win the presidential election, and is even affecting the entire world. Every movie villain has a backstory. In real life, the villains more often than not have a road paved by gold, while slave labor builds their entire net worth brick by brick. Of course, they take credit for every single achievement. They spend their actual time to fight any pushback in the system to make sure no lowly peasants reaches their level of success. To be a sick individual, it's gotta start early, and for Peter Thiel, it does. He was born in Germany and then moved to Ohio, and everything bad comes out of Ohio, except my savior LeBron James, of course. His correctness started when his
Nah, but bro, chill. Like I said, I'm in Ohio. Like, chill out with that. Come on.
engineering father Klaus moved them to apartheid South.
I mean, you're right though. Lex Wessler, Ohio. So we got that like high profile alleged pedophile. And then we got this guy.
South Africa. So I've been editing this video, and as I've been doing more research about Klaus, his father, I've come to realize that he's from the Nazi Party. He moved because the Nazis lost the war, and he was a Nazi. A large amount of Nazis moved to South Africa after the war, so much so that German was the second most spoken language in the region they were in. Which, as you could guess, he was not moving to South Africa to be oppressed, but to do the oppressing and make money off of slavery. There's another rich freak out there who learned how to oppress folks from South Africa, and sadly, we all know him. Elon Musk, the king of failing upwards, who we will talk about later in this video because the dynamic of their relationship is really weird. More on that later. Peter Thiel is white, so he went to private schools in South Africa that were whites only, and we'll see how he feels about black people later in his career. His father in South Africa got into government contracts and started mining uranium. And by him mining, I mean he was using slavery of the African people to mine these materials for the South African.
Like I told you guys about, yes, slavery does happen in Africa still. I mean, but this time I ain't gonna lie to you. Kind of got a point because it's done by a white man in this scenario.
Africa got into government contracts and started mining uranium. And by him mining, I mean he was using slavery of the African people to mine these materials for the South African, Israeli, French, and Chinese government to build atomic bombs. And I'd say at such a young age, this is probably how Peter Thiel became demented, because the Africans that were working had no clue they were even building a uranium mine.
The magic of uranium stems from its property of radioactivity. It is this same property.
So the risk of radiation, yeah, they were never even told about them. There's quotes from that time period that said the workers were dying like flies. And the people that were running the entire operation knew.
Pretty much had them mining uranium with no protection and just says, hey, no, don't worry about it, bro. Just make sure you get the nice little rock out there that kind of makes you feel a little bit tingly every time you touch it. And you should be good. You know, you bring home some bacon and then you'll die maybe like a year or two later from cancer. Multiple cancers.
It was so bad that the white folks that would pay these workers would do it behind glass so they didn't get any radiation poisoning.
Of radon and its daughters is inhaled. Many radon daughters are retained in the lungs, where their decay and release of alpha particles can damage living tissue. The hazard is, therefore...
Speaking of poisoning his workers, there's a famous quote that is, you can even see apartheid from space. Because when looking at apartheid South Africa, the workers' homes were always near the radiation, while the rich white folks' homes would be built on the mountains so no radiation would get blown into their neighborhoods. And obviously they did this because they were just poor labor class and their lives meant nothing to them. So his father was your usual scum taking advantage of the apartheid system and slavery. Would you be surprised if I told you the apple does not fall far from the tree? Eventually, Peter and his family moved to California to run a gold mine. He spent the rest of his time growing up in California, and because Peter got private education, he was very smart and always did well in school. In college, he ended up at Stanford, but because he wasn't socializing much, the boy was awkward and he had no social skills. You better believe if he was growing up today, he would be in the conservative pipeline, quoting Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate. Just like any other social skill lacking rich white guy, he joined the College of Republicans. His classmates from that time were asked.
It'd be like that.
My light fell off the wall. A quick thank you to our sponsor, which is me, because I barely have any subscribers. But if you find this video interesting, please like and subscribe.
Really? Oh, yeah, no. Make sure to follow this guy, Riverwan. He's actually giving a pretty good presentation right here for us.
So one day I remembered him saying the whole apartheid thing wasn't that bad and it was overblown. His first real step into the public eye was writing his book called The Diversity Myth, written by Peter Thiel and David Sachs, who was a venture capitalist who was also born in South African apartheid. David Sachs and Peter Thiel have been in many partnerships and ventures together even to this day. In his book, The Diversity Myth, he blames women for rape and discussed how higher education was increasing multiculturalization and this would harm the future of America. He just wanted to be around a bunch of white guys 24/7. Peter ended up getting his law degree and tried to walk that road, but gave it up because when you're rich, you can just give up law. and then tried to trade stocks and failed miserably and gave that up too. After that, he went to daddy and relatives and pulled together $1 million to start a hedge fund in the late 1990s, because we can all just find $1 million to start our own hedge fund.
Yeah.
Now, if you ask,
Now I remember when I was in business school at Wright State, the owner of Scene 75 came in and gave a speech, and it was the most unmotivating speech ever. I was like, bro, are you freaking serious? Dude literally said, you know, it was really hard to do it, but I gained up the confidence and I went out there and I asked all my family members and I was able to get $1 million. I was like, what? Bro, if I round up all my family members to get it like that, I'd be surprised if I get over 100K. This man was able to do that and gain $1 million. Like, that was a relatable story. So I kind of know what this man's speaking to. It's like, bro, these people try to come out with relatable stories, but it's like, dog, trust me, a lot of people would have some decent businesses out here if their family members were able to scrounge them up $1 million for a business idea on an arcade. Like, trust me.
this is a good old-fashioned American hard-working guy who did it all on his own with no help from anyone. Within his hedge fund, he lost almost 100K immediately. However, remember, he was in California, he was in the Bay Area, he was in the right place at the right time and was able to capitalize off the dot-com boom. This is when his life actually starts to get interesting. He invested in FieldLink, which was a technology created by Max Levchin, who was an actual coder and created a way for people to transfer money between Palm Pilots. I'm not sure how many people are even old enough to remember
PayPal.
what Palm Pilots are, but they're like the iPhone before the iPhone.
Yeah.
FieldLink later changed the name to Cofinity, which most people have probably never heard of. Out of this company spawned something that most people have heard of, which is the
PayPal.
system they use to make secure payments. That is PayPal. One of the main reasons he decided to invest and make PayPal was because he thought it could be turned into an alternate currency to take down the US government. Another quick note on PayPal, Thiel and Levchin, they employed no women and were proud of denying a candidate who said he enjoyed playing hoops instead of basketball. Sure, you could guess the reason for that. But back to Cofinity, this company was still only able to make payments between Palm Pilots, but literally in the building next door was the company X. Yes, there was a company named X, and you can probably tell where this is going. Company X was trying to do the exact same thing except across all phones. That company was ran by none other than Elon Musk, and this is where their relationship begins.
Well.
Musk and Thiel decided to partner up to bring this technology to all devices. Even back then, Elon Musk was a madman. He had aspirations to make PayPal so big that no one could stop them, and they did this by paying people to sign up for PayPal. We're paying people to sign up for their product.
Yeah, I remember Cash App stole that strategy right after. I mean, it worked for PayPal and it worked for Cash App.
Eventually, their user base became massive, with most of their payments coming from porn and gambling. They decided to shift into taking a small percentage of every payment that went through their app. Banks and other partners were not happy about this. Elon's idea actually worked. The company had grown so much that they became untouchable. Their partners in the banks just had to accept it. Elon Musk partnering up with Peter Thiel ended up having its own risks. Thiel and his rich, backstabbing snake board members of PayPal, which they called themselves the PayPal Mafia, decided to boot Elon Musk when he was on vacation with his first wife. Back then, Elon called it a coup, and he would later say in an interview he was so furious that he had thoughts of assassination. But of course, Elon has no spine, so eventually he came back to Thiel and said, "I'm sorry, Daddy, for being rude," which was the smartest thing he could do because eventually Thiel would come to the rescue and save him. One of the most important parts of the PayPal situation was how Peter Thiel managed to stack $5 billion of straight cash in a Roth IRA account. The Roth IRA account was created for low and middle class Americans to try and stow away money for retirement. But of course, these freak billionaires found every way to take advantage of it. In Thiel's case, he forced the PayPal board to give him money to buy stocks in the company pre-IPO, which is before they go public, and then also took money from his own Roth account to buy over 500,000 stocks, which was illegal if you controlled the company. But at the time, he didn't. He found the loophole. Thiel was a trendsetter at this. Him and many other rich people took advantage of this system. In the coming years, Congress loosened the laws on this, so Thiel repeated this multiple times with multiple different companies. Any gains made in Roth IRA accounts are not taxed, so he will have access to that account with $5 billion when he turns 59. Peter Thiel is 57. Back to the main storyline. Eventually,
Well.
PayPal was bought out by eBay for $1.2 billion. Elon made a lot of money selling PayPal, and he decided to start funding SpaceX. SpaceX was burning through cash and eventually got to the point where Elon couldn't fund it anymore. He didn't have the money to do the fourth launch. His company should have been cooked. But here comes the same man he said he wanted to assassinate to the rescue. Thiel and friends gave Elon Musk $20 million and allowed him to successfully launch his fourth rocket.
2, 1, 0. We're at stage 1.
After this successful launch, the government gave him a $1.6 billion contract, and Thiel's investment company now owns 10% of SpaceX. Thiel's connections don't stop there. He was also an early investor in YouTube, LinkedIn, and he was the first outside investor of Facebook in 2004. If you think about social media in terms of the algorithm, there's only one.
I mean, you said he was a bad investor, but let's be real though. He was investing in some of the most profitable companies of the day.
Doesn't have his hands in, and that's TikTok. But I want to say a very strong doesn't have his hands on it yet. I could go on and on about Thiel's history, but it's time to talk about how we see Thiel today. Because everything in what we are seeing today in conservative media is Peter Thiel, even Hulk Hogan. Peter Thiel secretly funded Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against a media platform called Gawker. They released a sex tape of Hulk Hogan a while back, and he ended up winning $160 million from that lawsuit and bankrupted that entire company. This is more ridiculous than anything else. We see Hulk Hogan on stage with Trump. There is no way that these things don't have correlation. Let's go over a list of companies that Peter Thiel has ownership in right now. He owns LinkedIn, SpaceX, Stripe, YouTube, Meta, Oculus, Lyft, Rumble, Airbnb, and the list goes on.
Whoa, really? No way. Rumble too? No way.
Meta, Oculus, Lyft, Rumble.
Damn, even Rumble, that is crazy.
Airbnb, and the list goes on and on. Thiel is on the forefront.
It's like if you're in tech, you can't escape this man's money.
Of technology for the military and government contracts. One of the companies being Palantir Technologies. Palantir's first investor was the CIA. The CIA has a capital investment firm called In-Q-Tel, and Palantir as a whole racked up over $1.2 billion of investments from the US government alone. Now, I don't know if you remember, but Thiel started PayPal to overthrow the government. Now his biggest investors in his company is the US government. This is very much like Elon Musk, two complete idiots that benefit from the government while trying to take down the government. It quite literally makes my brain hurt. Palantir is very active with military equipment using AI to commit attacks based on what the AI believes to be threats currently being used on the Palestinians. This use of AI did not start last year. This has been going on since 2021 when Israel committed atrocities in Palestine. And back in 2021, Israel said that the use of this technology could be considered the first AI war. AI needs an insane amount of information and data to fuel itself, and there's no need to guess how Israel has gotten the data on Palestinians. Whistleblowers have come out saying that the NSA had provided Israel with raw data on phone records and emails from Palestinian Americans that would be in contact with their relatives in occupied territories. The NSA stated they are providing unfiltered texts and scripts of conversations that U.S. citizens are having with their relatives directly to Israel. And this abuse of power is how they were able to target Palestinians. The company is now saying it's currently developing an even more powerful AI targeting system. According to Palantir, Titan is a next-generation intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ground station enabled by artificial intelligence. It has machine learning to process data received from space, high altitude, aerial, and terrestrial layers. Knowing that SpaceX owns Starlink, which is Elon's satellite company, and a quick reminder, Thiel also owns a part of that, it would make sense how he has the capability to do all these things. And most likely under Trump, with Elon's power, he's going to have zero restrictions on whatever he wants to do. Thiel is not just at the forefront of war overseas, but the leader in facial recognition in America. He was one of the early investors in Clearview AI in 2017. The tech world was worried that this technology would be used for weaponization of people on American soil. And sadly, They were correct. Thiel has used AI facial recognition under Trump's first presidency to assist ICE to find immigrants. They used information from Palantir to find and target unaccompanied migrant children to abduct them from their families. And this is exactly how we saw kids ending up in cages. The mass deportation that Trump has talked about will be on the back of Thiel's technology. And this time, there will be no one in power to stop him. And the reason why is because the people in power he put there. He has been involved in politics since 2007, although not successful early on, funding candidates like Ron Paul for president who failed, and then tried funding Meg Whitman for governor of California who also failed. He failed again in 2012, setting up a YouTube channel for Mitt Romney when he was running for president, and that time he spent $3.3 million in ads. Finally, Thiel found success in 2016 during Trump's campaign. Thiel was a prominent figure and speaker tokenizing himself of being a proud gay man in the Republican Party. I'm sure the conservative men that were crashing the Grindr apps were also feeling very inspired to speak their truths. This is where the success really begins. His power within politics would skyrocket. He has now funded Ted Budd, Senator of Washington, D.C., Ted Cruz, Senator of Texas, Blake Masters, Senator of Arizona, Eric Schmidt, Senator of Missouri. He has funded these House of Representative members: Tom Cole, Mike Gallagher, Harriet Hagman, Brian Harrison, Joe Kent, Kevin McCarthy, Chris Stewart, Michael Waltz, Patrick Witt. One of the most important ones is Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, without Peter Thiel, is just some big-head, chubby-faced, misogynistic nerd living in Ohio. But with Thiel's help, he rose to riches. J.D. Vance, prior to getting involved in politics, decided to open a venture capitalist firm. Can you guess who gave the seed money to start it? Was none other than our boy, Peter Thiel. After that, Vance decided to run for Senate in Ohio. Thiel gave his super PAC $15 million, the most ever in a senator race. Thiel is directly connected to J.D. Vance receiving the nominee to become vice president. And this is where it gets a little weird. In 2024, Thiel says he is taking a step back from politics and won't be donating to Trump's campaign because all of a sudden, he thinks money won't help win this election. And this is just what I believe. He decided to not invest his money publicly because he is investing his money in the background, funding right-wing influencers, podcasts, and journalists, and even building an entire university. Co-founder of Palantir, Joe Lonsdale, created Texas University as a non-woke alternative college and has raised some $200 million to teach forbidden courses by people like Mark Andreessen. Thiel also gives scholarships and is an active donor to this college. Thiel also has an insane amount of connections to the people that Trump is bringing in to run different parts of the government. For example, Trump has chosen Jim O'Neill to work alongside Robert F. Kennedy for the Department of Human and Health Services. Jim O'Neill used to work for Peter Thiel. Trey Stevens, who is supposed to receive one of the highest ranking positions at the Pentagon, Defense Secretary, managing the defense budget and executing the priorities of the Secretary of Defense, basically means unlimited funding for Palantir. Blake Masters, who has also worked for Thiel, is under consideration to head up the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. When Blake Masters found out he was up for this position, he said that while he didn't have a clear visibility into the circumstances of this endorsement, he suspected members of the Trump campaign and friends helped make the case that the former president should call on him. Really, friends? This guy's claiming he didn't even know Peter Thiel was going to call him up. Peter Thiel has also directly impacted how we see money entering politics today. Many entrepreneurs who had not been politically active said the opportunity was too good to pass up. The chance to influence the government is a huge opportunity, said Jack Abram, who leads Thiel's foundation. Honestly, this rabbit hole I have been on, connecting all these dots, seeing who has their hands in what company and what part of government they are going to be influenced, is truly mind-boggling and hard to even understand how deep all of this goes.
I made this video prior to Donald Trump's inauguration, and this news article solidifies what I've been saying. A Trump party hosted by Peter Thiel with all of Silicon Valley. The party symbolized the euphoria of the tech industry on the cusp of...
But all right, now, shout out to this guy, River Ward. Yeah, River Wand. Yeah. Shout out to him, though. Pretty good video. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it on this note. We appreciate the support, you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and head out, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. You guys can go ahead and do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video. And if you're not subscribed already, go ahead and subscribe now. I mean, we have about 300,000 returning viewers every month. You watch it you've been watching for the past 6 months. You might as well go ahead and subscribe now. So go ahead, hit the subscribe button. Welcome to the fam. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow about around the same time. This is Set with Set Media. Y'all have a good morning. Peace, guys. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Vance AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Vance AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Vance AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Vance AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Vance AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.